Okay. So I'm gonna just take a look at his tracker. So I already saw that he is a Phoenix main. He plays a bit of Fade. I think I am gonna share some of my lineups with him, because the nice thing with Phoenix is that all the way on until Immortal, a lot of Phoenix lineups are going to work, even if you have no idea what you're doing. Even if all you're doing is throwing the molly and then flashing around the cover, and then peeking, and then just shooting the enemy in the head, or in the body, or in the feet. You're going to get value out of that utility like 9 out of 10 times, as long as you're not being too predictable. And that is, very easy to do. Like, just don't flash the same, do not flash the same angle, 10 rounds in a row, and you're probably good. You're probably Gucci. So I'm really interested to see what I could do to help this player, because he is hard-stuck Ascendant, hard-stuck Diamond. Let's just see his win rate, his KD. I would consider his KD to be the bare minimum. I think for a Duelist main, it should be higher, definitely. But if you end up being hard stuck, I can see how that can be difficult to accomplish if you don't know what you're doing. But ooh, that's pretty low. No, that's really low. I'm pretty sure. What do I have? Let's just compare it with mine. I'm sucking right now. I really suck right now, so let's see. So I'm not sure if I should be sharing my tracker link, to be honest. Is that not like dangerous? Wait. My tracker link should be fine, right? Not too sure. So it's a bit too late to okay. KSD. Mine's pretty low too. Percentage of rounds you gotta kill, assist, survived, or traded. I'm pretty sure it used to be much higher, like 80%. It is turning into like my own tracker review. Yeah, so 80% should be good. I have 19, top 19%. So it's good. I think it's good. Okay. I must be confusing it with a different statistic. Definitely confusing it with a different statistic, because what the hell? So okay. So his tracker score his KSD is good. Average combat score. Let me actually pull up my notes on this shit. They have like a 140 damage. I push the talk is getting in the way. 140 damage per round is okay. 1.2 KD minimum is needed to carry, at least in silver. 20 overall percentage, 20% overall headshot percentage is okay. So that's fine. 140 damage per round. Where's damage per round? Average combat score. Average damage per round. 140. That's okay. That's okay. Completely acceptable. That's for all acts. So let's see his current act. Let's see how he's doing now. Oh, whoo! He's doing great. Because I looked at like his history and he seemed to be struggling, but this is how many games? 72 hours, 127 matches. He has extremely good win rates. Like, wow. He has significantly higher playtime than me, for example. Why is he hard stuck? Statistically speaking, he's been on a positive win rate, a very good win rate for like an entire episode, basically. And then also it's like, again, ISO too, like 30 hours, yeah, but 57% win rate. That's really good. Like, realistically speaking, I think most players can maybe attain like 60%, 65% win rate if they're playing really well for their elo. And then like 70% and above is typically like you kind of have to be smurfing, or there's something that has to be like really clicking for you in your gameplay. So this is good. This is good. I'm really confused. Like he's got a really high KD on Phoenix as well. Let's actually take a look. Yeah, like 1.21%, 1.21 KD. Average damage per round 150, 235 average. Like this is great. Like I don't see like yeah, damage delta per round is like a little bit low, but like it's fine. It's to me this is like great. Like his win rate is really good at this act. Obviously overall it's also decent. Like I think mine is a lot lower, but I'm still climbing. Like so this guy, he should be on his way to hitting like high ascendant immortal at the very least. Really not much else that I can point out, at least from this initial screen. Again, good headshot percentages, nothing really too bad. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's completely fine. Again, most of his maps are good. Like Abyss is his worst map, but like 6 to 7, like, acceptable. Like it's not like his Abyss is like the worst map for him or anything by far. Like it could just be a few tough games and like just unlucky. Very likely to just be unlucky, right? Like yeah, it's 40%, but it's 40% out of a 6-7, right? Scoreline. So it's like, you know, one win is gonna make this a 50%. One win. So no big deal. So he basically just has to get one Abyss win, and he's got all of his maps on a 50% win rate or higher. So I'm not too sure why he's asking for like a VOD review or anything. It's kind of interesting. Like he's doing great. Like has he not seen his own tracker? It is really good. Like he's really consistent too with his matches. He took like a small break here from Wednesday to Saturday, from Wednesday to Sunday. But otherwise, he's really consistent. He's playing a good amount of games. He's playing a little bit excessively sometimes. Yeah, typically he plays a little excessively, but you know, it's not the end of the world. It's like, as long as you're not like, you know, like completely falling off from your first game to your last game. You know, but that's, you know, across many games, right? Across many games. Like this is about, you know, being sustainable, right? This is probably sustainable, right? Especially with that massive break you had here. Probably somewhat sustainable. Probably won't get burned out, but it does depend on the person. You know, quite a few games sometimes, like 9 games here, 7 here, 7 here, 9 here. You know, 8 here. We could be shorting this and using this time more wisely. You know, perhaps more death matches, more aim training, more. You know, like it depends how much time he has in the day. So I don't really know that much info about them, but actually, let's just read the post. How's that? How about we just read the post? I have many issues in game and can list them one by one if needed. Very inconsistent with on and off games where I'm performing and where I am walking ult orb. Very shit no impact. These are happening way more frequently. 4.1k hours in total in ranks, not climbing anymore. Phoenix only. I play unless I have to fill. My dream rank obviously is Immortal, but I don't think I have what it takes. It gets to the point where I'm scared to even queue or take a fight, even though I know I shouldn't have to. And this is clouded thought, and it's these clouded thoughts that make me just autopilot in game. So I guess what he's trying to say is there's just a bit of a like conflict in like, yeah, he knows that this is what he needs to do, but he's a little bit scared, and this is what's kind of stopping him from actually making sound in-game decisions. So we'll see about that. He thinks he can't hit Immortal, but the current, at least according to the tracker, right, it's a good indication that this is probably okay. That, you know, he's probably on his way to it. Every day he death matches, but some of his own rounds, although this is mostly just mostly on a lose streaks when tilted. You know, something is better than nothing when it comes to this kind of stuff. Aim training, warm up. Now we don't get any more details as to what he's doing exactly. Like, what's he doing in his death matches? What's he doing for his aim training? Like voltaic? Like, does he have like a personalized playlist? How does he warm up exactly? And his main account tracker. So this is his main account tracker. Interesting that he had to highlight main account. I'm guessing that it means that this is not his main account. That's not really that good. I think if he ends up smurfing, then that's not gonna be very good. I'll still try to point out any mistakes and look into like what he's afraid of. But yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Okay. So he thinks he doesn't have what it takes to hit Immortal. Now, yeah, at initial glance, yeah, it seems like he doesn't, right? Like he's kind of just like 2-4, 0-3, 2-4, 3-2, right? So he's barely scraping. He's barely scraping by 2-5, 3-0. So here's a little bit better. 3-3. Yeah, it's like very mixed performance. Yeah, so I can see why he's saying that he's inconsistent. 4-1, 3-1. So here he's like kind of winning, right? Here he's winning. Here's more even. Yeah. So yeah, let's try to see, right? Like, what exactly is going on? Why does he think he cannot hit Immortal? Like, he's not played the game for that much. Like, he says he's got like so many hours, but like at least from this tracker, right? On if he has other accounts, kind of unlucky. Like the main issue with like having multiple accounts is that you can't really fully show just how many hours you have, how much experience you have, what you've done. Perhaps on your old account you're playing much better because there's less pressure, and in that case I'd probably want to look at your main account, right? Like, what is it that you're doing on your main account? If your MMR is similar to your alt account, or sorry, other way around, what are you doing with your alt account that's making you win more games than on your main account if your MMR is to be similar to your main account? But here, again, it seems decent. Like, it seems all right. Like, 70 hours, 35 hours. Like, this is probably like the bare minimum, I would say, that you want. And then 129 hours, again, fine, right? It's like progress is not linear. So these 129 hours, this is, you know, like this kind of stuff, it's a worthwhile investment because you might not see progress immediately. The next act, you might not see progress immediately, right? You might play a little bit less because you're burned out from playing so much, but the act after that, you're going to see kind of the fruits of your efforts, of your grind, kind of bear fruit, right? Kind of bear labor. I don't know if that's how you say it, if that's the word for it, but yeah. Again, like, progress is not linear, so this is not necessarily bad. I don't think. Like, he's mostly got positive KDs. He's got a really good KD this season, this act. Again, headshot percentage doesn't really make that much of a difference past like 25%. Like, you know, whether it's 25%, 30%, 27%, it's like, it's whatever. He started with an iron, but yeah, he really cleaned up his act. Like, so again, like, big investment towards hitting platinum. Okay. Let's see how much deathmatch he does. He says he does deathmatch. Yeah, I mean, that's could be more. He barely wins his deathmatches. Yeah, he does a bit of deathmatches here. Like, yeah, definitely could do better. Like, this could definitely be better. You know, like, I think bare minimum a day. If you're grinding daily, I think the bare minimum of deathmatches a day would be like 4. Like, 2 or 3 for warm up at the minimum. 1 after your games, just to kind of cool down, or as part of your aim training routine or training routine in general. Okay, like 1,000 hours in total of playtime. In general, he started off as a Reyna player, but he plays Phoenix now. Okay, like, he seems okay on Fade. He seems to mostly be winning on Fade. Let's see the recent act, actually. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, recently he's really winning on Phoenix, so I think that is a decent choice, probably the best choice at the moment for him. Abyss, okay, he does kind of suck on Abyss in general. He plays Fade on Abyss. He plays ISO on Abyss. ISO might not necessarily be bad, but fact he plays Fate on Abyss. That's kind of not good. Like, definitely needs to clean up his agent pool to be a little bit more compatible with the maps. It's Abyss on Fate doesn't really work. It's kind of tough unless you're a one trick. If you're a one trick, obviously it's justified. But if you play various agents, then there's like no reason for you to be playing Fate. If you're already playing various agents and you're not just a Fate one trick who only knows Fate and nothing else, don't stick to Fate on Abyss. On Lotus, you appear to dominate on Neon. Like, why not play Neon? Like players don't use these trackers at all. Like, they don't look at the data, and so they don't know that like they can just play Neon and win. Like, you play Neon and you win. Like, you're not really winning on Fate. You're not really winning on ISO, but on Neon, you're winning. Spot this pattern. The tracker literally tells you. So after you spot the pattern, you know, like, make use of that. This is your strength. This is your absolute undeniable strength. 71% win rate. You're almost smurfing, and you're not playing Neon on Lotus. You're losing on Lotus instead because you're playing these other two useless agents. Like, they're not bad for the map, but they're bad for you, as clearly seen. Like, this is pretty like the bare minimum amount of data that you really need to determine. Oh, okay, maybe I should just keep playing Neon, right? 22-9. Even if it's a bit lucky, your best bet is still to just go back on Neon. Even if you were to be, I don't know, a bit lucky in these games, which, you know, there's a chance, but it's still a safer bet than going on Fade or ISO. Reyna, just why not stick to Reyna on Breeze? Like, Fade on Breeze, better agents. Sova is much better on Breeze, but in general, he's not that good either. Reyna is fine. Like, you can make Reyna work on Breeze, no problem. Pearl, ISO on Pearl, fine. It's fine. It's whatever. For yourself, maybe you could find a better agent. Maybe Neon would work for you here. Doesn't really give that much data. This is all you play on Pearl, so yeah, Phoenix is fine. Here you're losing on Phoenix, but this could just be unlucky. Not much data here. Haven, again, why not go Neon? ISO probably would be okay too if you just cleaned up your act a bit, but Fade works for you in a sense. That's fine. ISO is probably fine too. Like, all of these are okay. Bind, okay, whatever. I'll just stick to one of these agents. Neon on Icebox is interesting. 69%. Like, yeah, okay, just keep playing Neon. Like, actually, these two are also pretty decent. Like, Fade on Icebox. Like, okay, you know, if it works, it works, right? Like, you're winning twice as much as you're losing. So, you know, like, consider, you know, being more consistent on these picks. Sunset, again, stick to Fade. No reason to play anything else. You have 60% win rate. Like, okay, next, Split, Sky, yeah, great, fine. Neon, great, fine. ISO, great, fine. Just, like, again, make up your mind, and maybe, I don't know, like, Breach on Fracture could be okay, but the issue with Breach is you really need to calm. You really need to arrange plays. Like, your value is going to be very limited, even if you know how to play the map, because you need to play with your teammates, you need to communicate with your teammates, you need to make plans for them, you need to make plays, you need to set them up for plays, especially your duelists, but not exclusively your duelists. And if you don't have, like, this kind of IGL personality, then, like, Breach or any Initiator really might not be the best option for you. Obviously, like, on Fade, you're a bit more sustainable. On Gecko, you're a bit more sustainable. So, you know, there are exceptions. Okay, weapons. Anyway, coming back. Okay, Sammy. What does it say in my notes? Aniko buys bare minimum is 1 KD. So let's see, eco. Yeah, probably something you can do better on your ecos. Yeah, your negative KD, average damage per round is kind of low, especially on pistol too. Ooh, pistol and ecos, those are kind of your weakness, it seems. It should get progressively worse performance on average, going from full to eco, full to pistol to full to eco to pistol. So let's see. It's okay. It's okay. Also, is this revealing any info? Oh, not really. Okay, no, that's, yeah. I mean, definitely could clean up your eco act and your pistol act a little bit. There's definitely something you're doing that's making you get average damage per round of 110. Then like a terrible KD on pistol, because pistol is like random, essentially. Like if you just take your time to aim, you're probably gonna get a kill at least for every death. So like pistol rounds are technically the easiest in the game. You can't get like wallbang spammed. You can't really like get spammed through smokes that easily. Players don't really have as much utility. If they do, then they don't have a ghost or a sheriff instead. So there's always like a trade-off. What else? What else is there? Let's see, does he solo? He does solo mostly. Okay. Really good solo queue performance, like 57% win rate. Great. Okay, so going into this. Again, we're starting off fine. The graphics seem off. This is the new Lotus. This is not an old clip. He's got his shooting arrow graph. He's got his minimap. An okay size. I think I'm gonna continue later. So I think I'm gonna. Can I pause? How do I pause? So first things first is if you throw the molly here, it's fine. But I personally throw it a little bit more to the right, because if you throw it more to the right, it's going to cover this small step. It's going to cover this really small step. You want to cover this small step here with your molly, because this is going to deny the enemy the cross to root, which could allow them to peek from elevation onto you, or it could allow them to drop and peek you on a timing here instead. Usually it's going to be from elevation, the faster timing, so this is what you want to pre-aim. You're going to hear the drop. When the enemy raise nades, when I'm playing Phoenix on defense and the enemy raise nades, they will nade roughly here, right? Sometimes what they're going to do is they're going to throw it too far. And then what that lets you do is go around the nade, jump up on top of root, and it lets you just kill the raise for free, pretty much, because they're not going to expect you to peek around their nade. They're not going to expect you to peek dodging your nade. So this is something that you want to keep in mind as you're playing Phoenix. Is the enemy can totally dodge your molly if you don't throw it right. If you throw it too much to the right, they might be able to just jump on the step and get an off angle on you, an unexpected peek on you. If you throw it too much to the right, maybe you throw it too far, and then they're just going to be able to walk around anyway. Right, so you have to be careful. This is why I do lineups. so that this scenario doesn't really happen. Now, it doesn't need to be like a lineup you prepared in custom games, but it needs to be a lineup you kind of done through testing. Let's see. Yeah, so right now, nothing's really stopping the enemy from just jumping out onto root and shooting you on an elevation advantage. Oh. And this was completely lucky. If you look at the graph, this was completely lucky. I don't know why you didn't flash. You most likely know that there's enemies there. Just flash. Just flash. You're peeking into two guys here. It's really risky. You have 2 flashes. You're peeking into 2 enemies. 1 flash per enemy, easily. Yeah, like, that's just lucky. Pure luck. Bad molly. They can just walk around it. You could have flashed that. Like, if I hear the enemies there, I'm flashing this. I'm flashing up here. I'm flashing high. I'm not flashing low. I'm flashing high. So what you're doing is, yeah, you're aiming at level when you're flashing here. So what's gonna happen is any enemies that are not jumped up onto the route yet are not going to get flashed, most likely. So if you do use this flash to flash enemy enemies here, there might be an enemy right behind the enemy you're killing off of the flash, and you might just get traded after that. So what you want to do is make sure that your flash hits everything. So throw it a little bit higher. Like, your flash can travel really high. And you have 1 more flash. There's no need for you to commit. You have teammates around you. You have 1, 2, 3 teammates around you. Is there a 4th one somewhere in the mix there? There's probably a 4th one somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, there's not a 4th one. There's only 5 of you. Not 6. But you see, like, it's so cluttered. You have so many teammates with you. Your Jett, like, just assume that your teammates are useless, because in most ranks, players don't know how to play their agents. So what's gonna happen is the value they get from their abilities is going to be limited. What does that mean? That means that you are the only person who can actually get consistent value from your utility from game to game. Because once you queue the next game, you're getting random teammates again. So you can't really rely on your teammates to know how to use their utility. And if they don't know how to use their utility in a way that gathers, good value for their life and for what they have on them, then they're basically just walking drones. Like, they may as well be like, I don't know. They may as well just have heavy shields and, like, have their knife out. Because as far as you're concerned, what you want to do is just bait them so that you can use your utility more effectively, and so that you can stay alive, so that you can keep using your utility. You already got 1 kill here. You got 1 kill. 2nd kill, and you get a 2nd flash. So even if you spend the flash here, even if you waste this flash, even if you throw this flash and you blind your clove here, right, for no reason, you just hit the clove, and you blind her for no reason whatsoever. So what? Get another kill, bait your teammate, bait your Jett, who's going wider than you, bait her, trade her, and then you have another flash. And it's just an infinite flash glitch, pretty much, on Phoenix. So that is something you do want to pay attention to. Instead, you're kind of committing. You're not really baiting the Jett. You're kind of getting baited with the Jett instead of baiting the Jett. You're way too wide there now. Unfortunately, yeah, it's kind of risky here. Like, you should have used the first flash to get the enemies to fall back. Maybe the 2nd flash too. Definitely the 2nd flash. It's also just a tough fight, but, you know, it's like, with so many teammates with you, it's not even guaranteed then, unless you flash. Unless you flash. Like your flashes are pretty much your crutch. You need to be aware of that. You need to be aware that your flashes are your crutch. So let's go on to the next round. What is going on? What is this? Okay. Okay, I like to see you playing B. Nats plays B a lot. I hope you're going on a fast flank. Okay. I'll just knife out now. Knife out. Your Sova has the line. Your teammates are interesting, that's for sure. Oh. Yeah, it's like... Imagine you had a flash now, so you could just cross. Like... It's really easy to, like, replan this, where, like... You know the enemy's probably not gonna lurk. Like, you have pistols. A smart enemy wouldn't give you guns for free. So, if anyone is B, and you get the fight, and you don't flash, that's fine. That's actually, like, fine. Like, it's really unlikely that, like, the enemy is gonna be B. So that flash doesn't really do much. Like, on average, there isn't gonna be an enemy there. Like, I don't know, 70, 80% of the time, 90% of the time, there isn't gonna be an enemy there. Especially not in, like, Diamond or Ascendant. I don't know what rank you are in the VOD, but yeah, it can happen, but it's unlikely. I would kind of save my flash for, yeah, a situation like this, where I'm gonna flank. The flank could have been faster, but it's fine. You have Vandal right there. This is your win condition now. Let's see what you do. You just ping it. You don't hop across or anything. You don't. Please make use of the smoke to get the Vandal. No. Okay, so in my mind, in that moment, I don't care about the enemies. I don't care about my teammates. The thing that is going to make me win the round, the thing that is going to make me have a chance at winning the round, is that Vandal in stairs. The enemies are gonna kill you 10 out of 10 times. You can assume that, because the chance of you winning that with a classic is, like, really fucking astronomically low. So what I'm doing is I'm hopping across. That smoke there is good for me because I can get a little bit closer to stairs and I can just hop across and maybe take a little bit of damage. But if I just hop across quickly with my knife out, I'm probably not going to die. I'm probably going to be fine. The enemy might just whiff on me and I might not even take any damage. Very likely. You just need to actually hop across to the Vandal and now you have a chance. But take Vandal, I say... What? You should have had that Vandal. I don't know why you're telling your teammates to take the Vandal. Like, you just pinged it for your teammates? Like, why? Like, they're not gonna get the Vandal. Why would they? Like, you have to understand, players in Ranked don't, like... They don't know how to use their brains. Like, they're not used to actively thinking. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but... If a player in Ranked, if the average player in Ranked, even if they're Ascendant, right, they're still average. Because their mentality is average. They're not hunting, they're not used to, like, hunting for those opportunities to win. They're not used to hunting for those opportunities to optimize their gameplay in some way so that they can win more, so that they can get more kills. No, they just kind of blindly, like, you know, they just blindly chase after what seems to get them the most kills, and they don't really think about it. So they often make bad plays that just get rewarded because they're just used to making bad plays. Like, if you do something a lot, yeah, you're gonna get good at it. But if it's a bad play... There's gonna be a better alternative. The bad play you made was just not really thinking ahead. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. Farming orb, good. Muting the enemies, really good. Very good that you muted the enemy. You have flashes. That's alright. That is normal round, yeah. Now I am going to continue this VOD review a little bit later. Okay, I'll continue after I'm back. Yes. Yes. Classic, be right back. That last laugh was a fake completely. I lied. I actually was not truly laughing at that last laugh. It was a lie. I'm a liar. Actually, I never laugh. I'm a very serious person. Let's see. You sound oddly similar to Drama. I sound oddly similar to Drama. I mean, Drama finds me. I don't find Drama. My cat just went fucking bonkers. Anyway, so I left off on this. I was wondering why this guy thinks he is not worthy of Immortal. When in fact, he kind of is. At least based off the stats. He's got a really good win rate. So I think this round, yeah, they just ran it down. Very simple. And it's good that he's like willing to rotate. I'm not noticing him like positionally being bad necessarily. Like, yeah, he's starting A. That's valid. What Radiant players like Nats will do on Phoenix is they will play B, but they will abuse the fast rotate speeds to go breakable. Playing off his flashes here. Now make sure you left click this flash here, because if you right click, there's an enemy close. The flash might just fly past the enemy. So always make sure you left click here. It's also going to cover a few more angles, a bit more of the angles here, as opposed to if you were to right click it. So left click the flash, at least if you're in a right position to do so. You know, obviously left click is sometimes fine. If you look, you can do what's effectively left click if you are to be looking this direction as you're flashing. And then the flash will pretty much pop the same way it would with a left click. But personally, I only do it like that so that, yeah, make sure that the flash does not fly past the enemy. That is the main reason you want to flash like that up against this wall. Anyways, yeah, Nats will make sure that he is where the action is. It's that simple on Phoenix. So he's going to be starting generally in B main. He's going to be flashing this for control to counter any lurkers, to counter any rushes, stuff like that. If the enemies rush him, he's going to stall the enemy as much as possible. The goal is to stall. Right after the enemy rushes him, he's going to like throw a molly down. He's going to throw a wall down. Right. He's going to kind of just stall the enemy as much as possible. If they do rush him. But yeah, generally, he's just going to play where the action is. So he's going to abuse the spinning doors, or that doesn't work, he's just going to fast rotate. Either way, the rotate speeds are really fast. Stall and punish if they don't respect that util. Yeah. Stall and punish, yeah. So for example, yeah, if they run past, if an enemy runs past your util and they don't respect it, then obviously you can flash them again or something, right? Sometimes what's gonna happen is your clove will smoke this. Your clove might smoke this, right? And if the enemy is just not respecting your mollies and they just run past your molly, let's say you throw it a bit too deep, you know, like, I'll just flash out of here Just fuck them up. Like the thing on Phoenix and on Duelist in general is I feel like you can just take any fight. Like in most ranks, you can just take any fight. You'll learn what's too much once you actually get to that point where it's too much, right? But if you're not me, if you actually aim train, then this might be fine. This might be valid, right? You can flash out, fuck them up, right? If they run past your molly. How would I flash this? Probably something like this. But yeah, it's really intricate. The thing in my playbook, the note I have here isn't like anything specific. It is that it's really intricate the way Nats plays this area. And it's intricate because let's say the enemy raise satchels. The enemy raise will satchel here. They will satchel once or twice, even if they're bad. They will satchel once or twice. And you're flashing here. Like, what is the protocol for that? The protocol is, after you flash, the enemy raise is probably blind. You pull your gun out, right? Pretty obvious. But then her teammates will follow behind, right? Her teammates will follow behind. So, kill the raise, wherever the fuck they satcheled. And then you need to stall. If they still fight, if they disrespect your util, you need to punish that. You can't just fall back. The thing I see with a lot of Phoenix mains is they're just gonna fall back. You really shouldn't fall back. At least not if enemy is not on eco. Like if it's like Vandals versus Vandals or like Pistols versus Pistols, I would not be falling back. I have so much util to fuck them up. Like just with no flashes, even without even any flashes, even with no flashes here. Fuck the flash. Even with no flash here, if the enemy rushes you, this molly is giga strong. Giga strong. Like it lets you like isolate these fights here. Like I would often get a kill here like that because it's like it's tough to isolate, right? Because if you just swing out in the open, they're peeking into 5 guys, most likely, but like 4 guys. But like I would like the thing I learned playing this area a lot is you never want to wide swing. You pretty much never want to wide swing, even when you're flashing, even after the flash. This is a thing on this is a thing on this is a thing on like a lot of maps, a lot of flash angles on Pearl. On Pearl Belong, you never want to wide swing this shit, even after you flash. Just don't wide swing it. Like there's so many angles that the enemy could be in. The enemy could be anywhere across this line, right? Or like anywhere across this line. So if you're swinging wide, you're just gonna overexpose yourself. When there might just be an enemy ready to isolate right here, right? Like one enemy could be in this area, and your flash pushes back the other enemies. But this enemy here is kind of fucked. Like they're gonna go into this wall, right? They're gonna try and get away, but they're out in the open pretty much. So you only want to peek that enemy, and then obviously how you play after that kind of depends. I would just reposition, but it depends. For example, if a smoke goes down, like I would just get ready to punish any enemies. Like if a jet dashes out, let's go back to Lotus. Or let's say the enemy race has ult. I'm playing a bit more passive. I'm falling back faster or some shit. I don't know. Enemy omen blinds me. Let's say the enemy fade. Enemy fade. My cat is being mischievous. Enemy fade will dog you out or some shit, and then let's say I don't know. Enemy killjoy throws a molly down, and you kind of have to fall back. Or some shit like that. I don't know. Whatever the fuck happens. If you get forced back, and your controller smokes this, right? Or you just don't feel good fighting that for whatever reason, just get ready wherever the fuck you're playing. If you're playing here, get ready to molly this the moment the enemy jet or enemy movement duelist goes out. So whatever the fuck the enemy entry duelist does, just molly this shit and just fight them. This is a massive flash zone. Like, I think in the VOD, I'll want to see you abusing a flash zone, a major flash zone, like this. Here. Because if you flash this, the enemy can only dodge it, or they can be not looking at it in the first place. So, what I find is, you don't want to not make presence, you want to make the enemy know that you're there, and then you want to flash, whether you get pushed or whatever. But coming back, this molly isolates the jet, the enemy jet, and you can just swing her. You can just swing her, like, with, or I would use a flash probably just to be safe, but yeah, after her smokes expire, it's like, she has so many angles to worry about. She has this angle to worry about, she has this angle to worry about, she has this angle to worry about, right? If she didn't clear the close left, then she also has this angle to worry about. So it's just kind of risky, right? I'm gonna take my cat out of the room because this is ridiculous. Yeah, if the jet did not clear the spot, then yeah, she has so many fucking angles to worry about. It's like, and she might just know where you are, right? She might just know where you are, but she won't know where everyone else is. But you know, the chance is, you have a teammate here, you have a teammate here. It's you know, they're fucked. They're fucked. And after you do that, you know, all the other enemies, they're just stuck outside of the fucking molly, right, or outside the smoke. Right, and that's kind of what we want to do. Like, okay, coming back, usually, the thing I like is on round 1, or on any given round, really. It's a small detail, but I noticed that in most ranks, there's gonna be an enemy that's AFK. There's gonna be an enemy that is AFK. So round 1 of the game, I will just flash out here, and I will just get a free kill on the AFK guy. And if they come back, we win the round, right? And there's no remake. If they don't come back, you know, unlucky, but you know, it's great. It's great. You can expect one more enemy to be here if there's an AFK guy. So don't go for the AFK guy. Do not go for the fucking AFK guy unless you know that there's no enemies here anywhere. Actually, crosshair plays for where the enemy is gonna be. Usually they're gonna be here or here. Either one of the angles. So yeah, just do not go for this guy. Do not. If they come back, yeah, then shoot them. But otherwise, control the space. Maybe bait an enemy into peeking you. Take contact. If they rush you or some shit, they can't rush you. You have flashes. Like, flashes are such a fucking safety net. They're such a crutch. Like, even if you get fucking pushed, they're dead. Like, I don't know, dude. Flashes are fucking easy to play. Like, even if the enemy expects the flash. This is also a valid flash, so you don't flash past the enemy. Hug the wall. Left click. The flash. Perfect flash. You can peek with it. You don't get blinded by it. You can never blind yourself with it. I've won like countless like 1v3 scenarios here just fucking doing this flash. And that's it. Nothing else. It's just this flash. If the enemy, again, you're starting on B. If you're starting on B, like Nance does, he's going to sometimes just wall here. You might have a teammate here, but he's going to fight out of doors. I find this to be a bit awkward, but probably because of my inexperience. I think it is a bit tough. fighting out of the doors, I think you do want to make use of your flashes somehow. Probably as the doors are opening. Say these are the doors. As they're opening, as they create this gap. I'm not too sure how to show this. As they create this small gap here, I think I just want to. There's two ways to play it, I think. So one way to play it is you be in this spot here. And you kind of attract the enemy's attention whilst your teammates are fighting. That's one valid alternative, and you just kind of stay alive here. And you stay alive because the enemy will naturally expect, right? You will naturally draw the enemy's attention. Like, there's no scenario where you won't, right? So it's kind of valid to just like actually fall back. Like what I do is I just fall back. Because I can't fight that angle, I just fall back and I fight here. I fight from this spot. If the enemy pushes me, I have a small flash zone. Again, tiny flash zone right here that I can abuse. And also, I can also pre-aim for a potential lurker once my wall goes down. But my Killjoy should be holding me whilst the wall is up. Or whoever the fuck would be here. Or if like a teammate is rotating, then I might just ask them to hold me for a second. Or I would if I gave those kinds of comms, but I personally don't. I just clear this main area and then I go back. To fight doors. One valid alternative is you flank, fast flank, very fast flank. The opposite can be done too if you're starting on C. Opposite is true too. Really fast flank, really effective. One way to retake B successfully, if the enemies hit B, is to just flank them or take the doors. Doors are a little bit more, obvious. Like the enemy will react to you in most cases, but I see this a lot, or this too. Whenever Phoenix is playing here, this is a bit slower. This flank is a bit slower, obviously, but apparently it's worth it. Apparently it's worth it if you're fast enough. So I would. Ooh, this is good. This is good. I think I would use. Okay, if I played C on Phoenix, I think I would do this instead. I would go wide. I would push up and I would take this timing here. If it's unlikely that the enemy goes C, I would take this timing, this wide angle. It's a wide angle, and the reason I would take it is because one, the enemy will most likely not be looking directly at me. It will most likely be looking kind of off, a little bit off to the left and to the right of me, or to the left of me in this case. And okay, let's say I kill the enemy lurker. If there's a lurker here or on B, I go fast flank, right? I get an immediate line of sight on anyone lurking up B. The great thing is I get this really nice timing here. So let's say my teammates stall the enemy here. Pretty common. Time for me to get there is 13 seconds. Technically, I get a line of sight in like 8 seconds. 8 seconds or like 10 seconds. Around 10 seconds. And this line of sight is really strong. You'll see this in Radiant a lot. Because... Open doors. Yeah, I said you can open doors. Yeah, like the way to retake B is you fuck the enemy up from every angle on B. If you don't have like at least 1, 2, 3 choke points that you're fighting out of, it's kind of troll. 1, 2, 3, 4 is kind of better. Like if you have one teammate here, if you have one teammate here, if you have one teammate, that's not ideal, but it's gonna force the enemy to look in every direction, right? So if you take the doors, the good thing is you're distracting the enemies. The enemies will look away from like one of your teammates, right? So as your teammates are fighting, let's say they're fighting like that or some shit, one guy has to divert their attention. At least one guy has to divert their attention to you. So if the enemy is pushing, if the enemy is playing post plant and fighting back your enemies, your teammates, your enemies, because everyone's an enemy, right? then yeah, it's gonna make things just slightly easier for your teammates. And this is like just so easy. Like, I think you can just legit just stay alive here if you want, right? You can just stay alive. You can just kind of not commit to fighting, but like, you know, commit enough so that the enemy doesn't just like focus on side, right? Because what I did at first is I kind of limit tested it in the other way. So I pressed the doors and they just kind of jiggled it, but then the enemy just kind of moved past me. They just walked. They just ignored me. They just ignored me. Yeah, don't make it so the enemy ignores you. That's not good. So I think I would take a fight here. I would definitely take like an advantageous fight here with like utility. As Phoenix, you can obviously you can flash. The thing I like to do is I like to kind of create a threat. So I think this is similar to what a Viper would do here. I'm not too sure. But you can throw down some kind of wall to create like a pocket, and the pocket will create like a threat. So the enemy won't know if you crossed or if you didn't cross. So let me just something like that. I don't know, something like that, right? If you have your wall, right, and then the enemy will have no idea if you crossed or not, and it's going to make it so much easier for you to actually flash out. It's going to be so much easier to flash out. Like whenever you have this kind of awkward angle, just throw your wall down, you know, create an easier way to flash for yourself. Like same for like C here. If you're playing C, yeah, this is like a double flash play that you can do, right? Works on like most flash agents, maybe except for Breach. I don't know. Nah, it works on Breach. It works on Breach. But I'm not locked in. I came back from the shop and I'm just so not locked in. I was so locked in at first. Maybe my coffee wore off. My fucking coffee wore off, dude. I need to take a breather. I need to get my attention again. I need to focus up. 1 second. I'll eat some chocolate. Okay, so I was saying, first off, I'm gonna fucking no, just like that. Pew 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 pew. I don't know what I'm getting the cove out for. But yeah, that's one idea. But I see this is kind of shit in my opinion. But I saw this from who was it? Sabrosa. Someone did this wall, and it allowed them to kind of create this angle thread where like the enemy doesn't know if you crossed, and this creates a bit of a flash zone. It's easier for you to flash this. You don't have to use 2 flashes. You can just use 1 flash to flash this. Pretty cool. But you don't have to flash this. You don't have to. You can just hold this from like here. If you play this angle in deathmatch a lot, then you should be cracked here. You should be playing this angle a lot in deathmatch, because in deathmatch you should be doing what? Fucking who was it? The player who's known for being mechanically insane. Primi. What Primi does in deathmatch is he paces back and forth, kind of in this area. He goes like that, and then like that, kind of like that, back and forth, fighting the guy here, fighting the guy here, potentially fighting someone who might target him from here. And he optimizes the amount of angles he fights in this kind of manner. It's really good. And he does go really wide on this enemy here. He goes wide. So he's going to stand like all the way out here. He's not going to like play the on angle. He's going to go a bit wider. Yeah. And he kills this guy here pretty much every time. This fight here, he doesn't lose ever, pretty much. Because this is just shit routing. If the enemy routes this way, it's kind of shit in the first place. So yeah, you should be able to play around your cover really effectively here, even if you're in Phoenix, even if it's comp. This should translate here, where yeah, and also another flash zone you're creating is here. So yeah, this is now a flash zone, this area here. I make, there we go. So if the enemy pushes past your wall, it makes it a lot easier for you to isolate any enemies too. I think one addition would be like a molly here or some shit. I don't know. I don't see any more than this being done by Phoenix players. I've not seen I've not seen the molly being used or anything, but I'm sure it can be used in some way. For example, I don't know, maybe you can molly close and then flash out. That's also valid. Like if the enemy is really far up, right? If you hear the enemy right behind your wall, maybe mollying here and flashing out will be valid. I don't know. I've not tested those kinds of ideas, but I would just go crazy on Phoenix. Like I love the Phoenix playbook on Lotus because again, you just go crazy. Common play that happens in this area is they just ult here, they fight with ult. Again, they just fuck them up with flashes. Sometimes he mollies here, just to deny that peek while he fights this area. Simple stuff. This flash here, again, even with ult, super strong. Enemies are pushed up. You can also molly here. You can molly the orb here, and then flash. It's kind of tough to time. It's kind of risky, but I've seen that done a lot. One wall you can do is a wall that you're gonna see a lot, or that you should be using a lot on various maps. This kind of wall. I wouldn't do this wall if you have flashes still. But this wall creates a major threat where you don't know. The enemy will not know whether you're still here or whether you're back here or whether you're about to flash. Right? So I would probably just flash here just to kind of make the enemy realize, holy shit, he has flashes. Oh my god. But otherwise, I probably wouldn't walk through here because the enemy can just spam you. So the wall itself is great, but I would not actually cross. I would just create a threat. And the enemy is going to spam me, and it's going to stall the enemy drastically. And instead, you can just hold the wall. Make sure that there is like this kind of tiny gap here, because if the enemy tries peeking past your wall, and it seems like they can peek through, then they're actually not going to see anything, and you're just going to get a free kill on this guy. Because they're gonna try peeking through your wall, but the wall is gonna cover up their vision. But they're gonna be visible to you. That is something you can very easily test in your games. I get kills like that sometimes with my wall, but it's about just make sure it's angled right. Don't angle it like that. That's kind of shit. Don't angle it like that. That's also kind of That's okay, but I'll just keep it straight. Just keep it straight. You can also, one play that I saw an enemy ISO do against me once is they would get the breakable wall to like 1 HP. 1 HP. And then he would just knife it. Or he would just shoot it on sound cue the moment an enemy takes the orb. Or me in this case. I was on the receiving end of this play. The second the enemy takes the orb, he sprays down the door and kills the guy here. In your case, it was an enemy ISO that did it to me. In your case, you can totally just wait for the enemy to push up, have the wall on 1 HP, destroy it, flash out, and then peek. Because if the wall, if the breakable is not destroyed, then there's a good chance that players will not be pre-aiming at it. They will be looking towards A main, right? In most cases. So it kind of diverts attention away from you. So you're not gonna get spammed as you peek out of here. So that's just like one valid flood play, especially if you're gonna have teammates ready to play with you. Like I don't know, like a race here in a corner or some shit. But yeah. If you have Odin, can totally wallbang this shit. I have a wallbangs guide for Lotus. Lotus has a lot of wallbang spots that are pretty strong. It's just nobody uses them in like ranks below Radiant. So the standard wallbang is from tree on defense to a lobby. Another wallbang is here. Another wallbang is here. So if the enemy plants in the corner, you can just kill them. The opposite is true too, of course. For every wallbang, the opposite is true too. So this is a wallbang here. If you think an enemy is camping behind the box, you can totally just wallbang them. And this is also going to hit this, denying the enemy any peeks. On C, you can wallbang here. What else? You can with a lineup, you can deny plant here. Or like this, from far. On attack, there's this here that you can wallbang. You can deny peeks in this area by wallbanging through from tree into this, or the opposite is true too, if the enemy is coming into tree. So there's lots of wallbangs to abuse. This is a wallbang too, onto the orb. Plenty of things you can do with like an Odin or an Ares even. Again, if you're playing Phoenix, I would totally play A. I would totally play mid, B. I would play B. Now I would just rotate to where the enemy is. If it's a bit too risky, playing like the spinning doors or going for flanks, right? If you've already exhausted all those options, obviously it's fine to just rotate passively. Like maybe flash here. Flashing here is pretty strong. This is a massive flash zone here. If the enemy comes out onto site, you can molly close, or you can molly like here as they're coming out, right? Bouncing the molly off of this wall, and then you can just flash here. And this is a massive flash zone. This is a hefty one. This is a massive flash zone here. So any enemies that come out, you're gonna be able to kill them. Ideally have teammates with you, right? Don't just do the solo, because an enemy could be pushed up close to you here. But if you're not doing this solo, yeah, this is a great way to kind of retake site, flood out onto site before the enemy does any damage. So this is a play I would do quite often, even on like later retakes, even on later retakes that are not a flood. This is really good. So much to talk about. You should learn every optimal setup for how you should be retaking on every site. So on C, valid molly is like towards bend somewhere or towards main. And then a valid wall would be something like something like that, helping your teammates route onto site, allowing you to flash out a little bit more comfortably. And yeah, because your teammates will be covered from mound with this wall. You're also going to be denying the enemy's cover in this spot or in this spot. So they're going to have to either drop down or they're going to have to go wide on the angle, peeking into your flash. Really strong retake idea. I normally molly bend because as I'm flashing out here, any enemies in this area are going to fall back. Any enemies here, they're going to fall back because they're going to get flashed, right? So if anyone is close, I don't really have to worry about them immediately. And instead, I can force the enemies on site to either go forward into my teammates or go backwards into my flash. So I much more prefer that instead. These enemies are going to fall back. These enemies are going to go into cover. There's going to be a smoke here sometimes. It's nice to comment. Is it nice to comment? I don't know. But if there's a smoke here, it's kind of tough. Enemy could be camping in it, so you're not going to flash them. So I think I would do this play if your team does not have a flash, does not have a smoke here. But otherwise, yeah, it's a really strong retake idea. Really helping your teammates here, and making the enemies make a lot of mistakes, basically. Like this wall really covers your teammates, which is really strong, and it lets you do this flash. It's so multi-purpose, and it gets the enemies out wide, out of these corners, out of these ratty spots, on top of the boxes. Again, great ideas on Phoenix. I fucking love Phoenix on Lotus. But do you have the lineup for Molly and Wall to destroy Killjoy ult? Oh my god, you don't even need the lineup for it, dude. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. But yeah, you don't even need the lineup for it. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. I hate it. It's not meant to exist. It's not meant to exist, dude. It's not. It's not allowed. It's illegal. Like, if you do it in your games, you're a piece of shit. But Molly, wall, multi-purpose wall, letting you know, multi-purpose is going to destroy the Killjoy ult, and it's gonna cover C main. My mouse just died. Great. Be right back. My mouse died from the excitement. Holy shit, you gave my mouse a heart attack on that one. Okay. And also, with the lineup, yeah, you can get it to be a bit more precise, where it does kind of stall the enemy. It does kind of stop them from pushing, so... And at the same time still covers the ultimate, so... Multi-purpose. Let's think. Flash zone. Obviously, a flash zone that's a flash zone is a flash zone from any angle, so... that's a sentence. It's flash zone here, again, with a flash. Enemy likes pushing your site a lot. Oh, guess what? Just flash them. It's so fucking simple, dude. Oh no, actually, this is wrong. This is wrong because this entire thing is a flash zone. And then if like a raise ult comes or whatever, like just eat it, dude. Eat the raise ult. Like consume it, dude. Like I know I'm not like an advocate for bad plays, but also A. Yeah. For A, yeah, make sure you get this right. Like your molly just kind of landed over here. The enemy can just walk around it. If you see the enemy Omen teleporting Rubble, if you see the enemy Raze satchelating Rubble, if you see the enemy Jet dashing Rubble, just molly it. Just molly it. Like, ask for a Raze nade here too. Like, whatever. Or ask for a Raze nade instead of molly. Instead of you mollying it. This is gonna deny, like, twice the area. But if you have a Raze on your team, like, you should be taking A main every single time, I feel like. Like, this is just fucking overpowered, dude. Like, you molly, Raze nade. If they don't cross into Rubble, just ask your Raze to nade it. Ask your Raze to nade normal. And then, like, use your molly after to, like, deny the space even longer if the enemies are there, right? Jump spot up here. You wanna jump spot. You can jump spot to see this. I very often, pretty much always do that if, like, we're not sure the enemies are there or not. And this way you can also determine whether you'd wanna molly there, right? If you see 5 enemies, hell yeah, molly, dude, molly, and then flash. You were so hesitant at the start, flashing here for whatever reason. Instead, you just kind of committed to a fight, going wide with your jet. Like, no, fuck your jet. Let the enemy expend their ammo. Even flash your jet. If you flash your jet here, maybe you were worried your jet was gonna get blinded from that. Fuck that, dude. If you flash everyone, it's acceptable. If you flash your teammates and the enemies, and you save your teammates' life in the process, and you kill the enemies in the process, that is a good flash, even if your teammate is mad at you afterwards. If you flash your teammates, but you don't flash the enemies, now that's a bad flash. And then it fucks up your teammate, and then it kills your teammates. Obviously, that's bad. But if your teammate gets mad for you flashing them, fuck them, dude. They don't understand what the fuck is going on if they're mad at you. So, you know, don't listen to a fucking dumb idiot telling you, oh my god, you blinded me, Phoenix, and when you fucking clutched up the round for them, you know? Like, if you're winning these rounds for them, you know, ignore them, dude. Really, just ignore them. Like, let your jet die here, dude. Like, let him die. Even if they die, right? After you flash everyone, it's like now you get some kills. Now you can actually get some kills and make sure you flash high. Yeah, I would often also throw down this wall. It makes it so much easier to isolate fights. If an enemy is overeager, if the enemy omen is teleporting, Rubble, this wall will let you isolate that omen as well. I would literally, whenever my Viper, or whenever my controller smokes something dumb, or let's say the enemy smokes here, or my teammate smokes here, on Phoenix, I would make use of that fact. And I would literally go and just fuck up the omen. Literally, that simple. Like, go fuck them up, go fight them. It's like, your molly should be here to stop any further pushes, any further advances. The line of sight is cut, so take over the space. You know, spam a few bullets. Whatever, right? And then after you take a main, anytime you take a main, just insta-rotate to C. Like, unless the enemy shows that they, like, fake a lot, right? But usually, you can just instantly rotate, instantly breakable, go rotate, right? If you're at a disadvantage with your in terms of guns, it's valid to go this way instead, or this way, or this way. Just trying to shoot the enemy in the backs. Maybe there's like a dumb lurker, and they're just gonna give you like a free gun or something. If not, whatever. You're still flanking. You're still gonna maybe get someone in the back. Don't go for fair fights versus Vandals when you have a classic. You did that in the VOD. Instead of going for the fucking Vandal stairs, you just kind of fought the enemies head on instead of just hopping across the stairs. Again, just go for the fucking Vandal, dude. Like, why are you hoping your teammates get the Vandal instead of you? Like, they're not even aware of the Vandal, even when you're pinging it. Like, you need to commit. First of all, you can't just ping it. You need to commit. And second of all, even when you commit, are your teammates gonna register the com in time? Like, no. You see the Vandal, you're the closest to the Vandal. Just go for the Vandal. Anyway, that's enough of a ramble, I think. Am I missing something from this? Oh yeah. Oh, and I did actually miss something. I'm probably missing more. There's so much to talk about. But if you have a main control and you have like a smoke like this or some shit, or a smoke like this, whatever, right? Or you don't have any smokes, you can literally push up and you can flash into here. Just flash into here. 3 kills. I did that shit when I was learning Breach. This was the first thing I did. I literally just flashed through this wall. Where's Breach? I just flashed here. 3 kills. 3 kills. Like, you don't want to peek it? You don't want to peek it? Flash with wallbang. Again, this is a wallbang. Flash but wallbang it. This line here, as long as you wallbang correctly, is going to get you a ton of kills. A ton. I'm telling you. Like, this is so strong, dude. Holy shit. I need to go and dig up all my fucking Phoenix clips, all my Phoenix aces, because, like, it's so fucking easy to make plays with fucking Phoenix flashes. It's such a crutch. And like, I wasn't even, like, I'm not even good. I'm not even like a good player in general. Like, how much time I commit to these agents? Okay, you're schizophrenia. No comms. Flash out. That's good. We have flash out. What's happening? Okay, we're in an off angle. We need to bait for the chamber. Oh. So, they're planting on B, I think. Did I hear B planting? What did I hear? Am I schizophrenic? I'm schizophrenic. Okay, good flash. Okay, decent. We did kind of bait our teammates, but like, I just wouldn't play like that. Like, I wouldn't play like that. I would just play with my teammates. Like, there's no need to like really play tree here. If you're gonna play tree, wallbang this wall at least. Like, do something. But right now, you're just kind of isolated from your teammates. They're just like they can totally just die one by one here. Like, just help your teammates. You have flashes. You have wall. Your Clove is kind of trolling here, but you should have had the smoke. I would low key just. Okay, so they're taking orb. They're taking orb. The chamber created pressure. I would just wall. Like, we're mollying instead. That's fine, but the molly just doesn't really do anything. Like, I would wall. How would I wall? I would be here first of all. I'd be chamber Sova. Chamber Sova. I would, when I hear the orb getting taken, I would come over here and I would just like wing a molly onto the orb. I would just flash around here. Yes, the flash reaches around here in order to not blind your teammates. It is a bit tough. You might have to practice it. You might not be able to do it without exposing yourself to this area. But even if you flash your teammates here, or actually you don't need to. You can just flash here. You can just flash this here behind the wall. So they're not gonna get blinded. Yeah. You flash that, you molly this, you flash that, you actually do something, and then you just fight with your teammates. That's simple. It doesn't flash this, but if you can get it around here without flashing your teammates, that's gonna be great. Then you just swing, you kill anyone here. Maybe you peek this and kill anyone here. Your teammates have your back, right? So as long as you don't expose yourself to this area here, you can totally peek this and kill anyone here. I don't think they were there. Yeah, they were just kind of there. Far back. I don't know, but you totally could have prevented the... Yeah, no, you totally could have... Yeah. Yeah, there was an enemy there, because they did plant on B. Did I hear them planting on B before they actually planted on B? Like, am I schizophrenic? Okay, we're starting 3 again. Not much of a reason for us to. Slow rotate to C. That molly does help your Clove a bit, but you need to help more. You need to help your Clove more. Oh, oh. Yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. That was a yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. That was a yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. Okay. You cannot commit to that crouch. You have 2 flashes. You have 2 flashes. I know this is just like a bit of a lack of experience maybe, because you are decently new to Phoenix, but this is not a single flash angle. And this is not a single flash angle because I don't think we know where the rest of the enemies are. So, well, yeah, we know there's 2 here. We don't know if there's like more here. So what I would do is, again, I would flash maybe a little bit higher, and just so that it covers a lobby for sure. And I would reflash. And I would reflash because I'm not really in a position where I can kill them all. Right? Like, when I'm looking at this, I'm not confident that I'm going to be able to kill this Jet, this Reyna, and then maybe whoever else might be over in the other areas. So, to guarantee the value, I double flash here. I flash once out of the smoke, and I flash twice just around this pillar thingy. Like you were trying to do on the first round. And this is gonna double blind them. Let's see, are they looking away? They're not looking away. They're not looking away. They wouldn't be looking away from this in this elo. They wouldn't even try to look away from your flashes. Just double flash, really. Like, guarantee the value. Okay, we know Sage is here. Yeah, just, dude, guarantee the value. You have one more flash. You're not using it. You use the second flash there, and you're probably going to be a little bit more secure in your angle on them, because there it was really awkward. You could see they could tuck so deep into the corner. It was kind of tough reaching them, right? You were probably worried in that moment that that they were, not gonna be blind anymore by the time you peek them. And like, what was the solution to that? Second flash. That's it. Second flash. Is that simple. Anytime you are not in a position to peek an enemy cleanly and quickly, flash them again. Yes, in the higher ranks, they're probably going to dodge it. Or they're going to dodge it, they're going to look back at you, and then they're going to eat the second flash. So actually, there's not really a bad scenario there. Unless they just stay looking away, right? But they really can't. They can't just keep looking away from you, right? Because then you can just start, I don't know, single flashing, not flashing at all, and you're gonna, still get value. So if you're in their heads that much, mission accomplished. You don't even need to flash. They're gonna look away from you even if you're not flashing. So it's not something to worry about. At least not until you actually get there. But yeah, just wasted value, dude. Like, wait, no, not wasted value, wasted round. Yeah, wasted value too. You didn't really get value out of that flash. That flash just led you to die. Like, it is really bad to die as a direct result of trying to go for a play with a very strong ability and not getting the value from the ability, even though you had another ability that would stop you from not getting that value. Overswinging is a very common mistake when players like flash an angle. They will like swing all the way wide. That's not like something you wanna. Yeah, sorry, I'm back. I'm back to not being able to focus. Oh my god. No coffee moment. I cannot drink coffee at this hour. Yeah, you get the point. You get the point. You shouldn't put yourself in situations where you're just going to die, most likely. Unless you actually prevent the situation in the only way that is available. So either not overswinging in a lot of situations, or reflashing, just flashing again. Nothing can go wrong. I mean, something can go wrong, but it's better to try than not try, Like, nothing tried, nothing gained, or whatever the phrasing. But again, I'll just be pushing up, so you're falling back into this passive habit. I don't know why. Like, I'm just pushing up. Fuck it. Yeah, they have Gecko ultimate, but because they have Gecko ultimate, I would be reading their going T. But okay, it's like, if you were starting B, following Nat's playbook, it wouldn't be too bad. It's just kind of an autopilot playbook in a way. Like, just go where they are. Simple. Like, anyone on autopilot can do that. So just go where there's noise. If you do that and you follow Nat's playbook, it's fine. Okay, decent flash, but okay, we flash again. Fine, that's fine. Like, this should make you get like alarm bells ringing in your head. This should make you go, hold on, they were giga blind. Hold on, flashes are strong. Flashes strong. Flashes make enemy go brrr, blind. I don't know what the sound for like blindness would be like. Pew. We're pushing up, but we're falling back. I mean, like, you know the molly can just stop them. I wouldn't be... Yeah. Flash is okay. We have wall. We can't really use it. It's 4v1. We don't want to use utility when we're up in numbers. We just gotta shoot them. Trade the teammates. Let's see. You probably just sit back again, don't you? You just sit back. You're kind of You're not really playing. Your chamber should take first contact. Your chamber has an op. He needs to take first contact. You're taking first contact. No. No. I would not be playing that on angle. That's just how you get one tapped. Okay, the enemies are out. We can see on the minimap that the enemy is out. I'll be getting ready to molly to deny plant. Great. But it is a gecko. Wingman. We're wary of the sage. Great. I'll try help my clove here. Oh, unlucky. So, we're a bit too tunnel visioned here, I think. I would totally... So I cannot... So I'm stopped by the wall. That sage wall, has stopped me in my tracks. It is going to take way too long for me to destroy that sage wall. What can I do before I should destroy that sage wall? Because it is going to take me a few seconds. Now, I want you to think about that answer before actually listening to what I'm going to say. Help your teammates fight the sea mound area. You are in waterfall. As soon as your teammates initiate the fight, you can totally molly. Yeah, you can try deny the plant. That's valid, right? That's probably the win condition. You just prevent the plant. The enemy doesn't plant. You kill them. Great. But your teammates here. This is kind of important. You're walled off here. Maybe you don't know it yet, but you are walled off here. Your teammates are about to fight. Why not molly for them? Why not wall for them? So that once the smoke goes down, they still have like an advantage. Because with your wall, your teammates are essentially going to be able to take over sea mound like really easily. With a molly too, it is going to create a lot of pressure. If the enemies are sitting in the smoke, they're going to have to make a decision. If they come out, they're probably going to die because there's a little bit more pressure on them. This molly, it's kind of disconnected from the entire fight. It really is just disconnected. Like, you have to think about it in terms of like, how can you most directly impact the situation? This is not like a direct way to impact the situation. The direct way to impact the situation here would be to molly the smoke, prevent the enemies from retaking the mound, walling the enemies off, so that once the smoke goes down, it's a little bit easier. But instead, this clove here, there's 5 enemies alive still. This clove here might have been peeked. Now there's a good chance the enemy could have been peeked by 5 guys here, right? Because the smoke was going down. Now one could be here, one could be here, one could be on the box, and like your clove would be dead here. 10 out of 10 times. Even if you don't help in time to help your jet, just doing something, anything, would be better. This flash does nothing. This flash does nothing. The chance of that flash hitting anything is like really low. Like, make it go higher, at least. Make it go super high. There's no... Why not make it go super high? You can move your mouse up and down, right? Yes, it's a horizontal game, but... Oh. Yeah, we're just not decisive. Like, help your teammates, destroy the sage wall, come out onto site, flash better, flash so that it actually flashes everything. Get out onto site, do something. Like you're at such a disadvantage. They have Gecko ultimate. They have the round in the bag. So what option do you have? Save your gun or go for the hero play. Let's see if you pull up the minimap. Scoreboard. You have okay economy. Like, 2 of your teammates have decent money. You can go for the hero play, but you can't be indecisive. Like, if you're in such a situation where, like, you really can just, like you can relax. Like, you can relax in the sense that, like, you know you're gonna lose the round most likely. Like, if you win the round, it's gonna be a miracle. So, like, just go for it, dude. Go for it. Instead, you're just so slow. Like, you're so, like... Like, okay, if I'm not gonna help my teammates fight Mound, what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna wall this, or... if I wanna play with my chamber, I'd wall it like that. And then... I'm actually coming out on site. I'm flashing again. I'm flashing here. Flashing here. One alternative is flash here and jump on top of site. That's a valid alternative. If you were to wall like this, flash here, your flash can hit really deep. After you wall, you can flash really deep here, like. And then after that, reflash again, scale up, reflash again. You don't need to take the fight instantly, just play with your flashes. Because again, you're dying with 1 flash in your arsenal. Why? The difference is, even though I'm gonna waste a lot more of my flashes, I'm not going to miss out on any missed out value. So if I were meant to get an ace, or if I were meant to win a round, I'm going to win the round because I actually use my flashes to the very last second. So I don't die here without having used my second flash. Sometimes I will, but most of the time I will throw out the second flash here, and I will be much faster about it. And I will not really take the fight without making sure that at least one of my flashes has a good chance at flashing the enemy. Because there's no need to. Like, you kind of keep scaling with your flashes. Why not? Like, the same idea here. Exact same idea when you flashed here and then here. Exact same idea. It's just, this is a little bit more inefficient because what you can do instead is you can flash here. My mouse just died again. Okay. What you can do is you can flash high. Instead of doing simple flashes, make use of the height that they can, like, be at. Flash here and then go up here. Go behind this cover so you're not exposed to these areas. Right? And flash high. When you flash high, this enemy is most likely going to be blind. And it's going to be a much better flash, because this flash here relies on the enemy not being here. It's that simple. If this enemy sits here and they're completely oblivious to the fact that you might have a second flash, and that you very likely do have a second flash, and that you very likely might flash, if they're oblivious to that, they're going to die either way. If they don't attack your flashes and they actually, they're kind of worried about your flashes, then they're not going to position. They're not going to position like that. They're going to position over here, at least, maybe over here, right? So flash high, and it's gonna pretty much guarantee that the enemy is gonna be blind. And then how you want to route after that just kind of depends how many enemies are alive, what the situation is exactly. Obviously, if you're going to be exposed to this area here, then maybe avoid it by going this way. But yeah, be faster. These flashes let you literally go knife out, monkey mode, hopping around like a monkey. And that's what you should be doing, because if you jump out into the enemy faster as you flash, after you flash, this enemy is going to be dead way faster, way more often, because they're not going to have time to regain their vision, right? So you need to be much more decisive on this stuff here. When you're flashing high, right, to get all of this area, why not jump out wide? This flash is gonna get like all of them. If it doesn't, if someone's playing anti-flash here, or if someone is like late on the peak, kind of unlucky, but you're going to get so much more kills by actually going wide quickly off of this flash. And you're going to get so much more consistent value. Because this here is also, this is one of the few pieces of cover that the enemy is going to hide behind, right? Here, after they get flashed by your flash. If they try to come out, right? Or like this entire, like, this area here, right? So you really need to be playing off of your own utility more effectively. You need to know when you're not really in a position to get the kill, right? Like here, you're not really in a position, right? You're kind of far from this. If you flash, then you come out without a flash, this enemy will probably like be able to see you again. Maybe they're not even gonna be blind, right? So it's kind of slow, right? Take the faster timings, right? Do flash here, hop around like a monkey, up on top maybe with your flash. Like, why not? Like, they can't kill you if they're blind. They can, like, not on elevation especially. Not if they like don't know you're gonna be on top. Right? If they're blind, like, it's just a one-way ticket to death, basically. They still have Gecko ultimate. You're starting B, that's fine. I just want to see the leaderboard, the scoreboard. They're gonna have Clovolt as well. They're gonna have Clovolt and Sage ult that round, very likely, or next round. Their economy is probably gonna be okay. Not sure. Yeah, it's okay. They can all full buy. So because their economy is good, and because they have Gecko ultimate, and they're gonna have Sage ultimate or Clove ultimate, they might just go. They might just go C. Like, why not go C? Like, okay, they go into your teammates. Okay. First, the enemies. Okay, you don't have to worry about the A sides. They run into an operator and two of your teammates. So you have A on lockdown. Hollow Knight Silk Song? Is that like the new one or something? I've not played it. I'm missing out, I know. But anyway, coming back. You want to flash here pretty much instantly. No. You're waiting too long. You're waiting way too long. So you can go into a Valo plant to test these timings. Three seconds. Not even. Not even 3 seconds. How long did you wait? You wait. I don't know math. Is it 7 seconds? 7. Yeah, 7 seconds. Okay. You wait twice as long as you should for that flash. You had every opportunity to kill this gecko, given that they are giving you so much time. But you don't go straight line, you go diagonal so they can hide. Either way, you can't wait here with flash, so you hide. You don't go straight, you go diagonal so you can hide. You go diagonal so you can hide. Either way, you can't wait for flash. Yeah, like you have 3 seconds for this flash. I think best case 3 seconds. I think if they rush, it's faster. It's less time. Oh yeah. But you know, is the theoretical timing, right? Yeah. You go left. Yeah. Okay. I get you. I got you. Yeah. Against me, this gecko does die 10 out of 10 times because I flash here. And there's this passive bonus of just the flash crutch. The flash crutch makes it where the enemy cannot do these plays against you. They can't. So they are going to end up routing this way. They are. If you use your flashes as a crutch. And what's going to happen is I'm going to flash here. I don't see anyone. I'm ready to take this fight, right? I'm fully ready to take this fight. And I win these fights because I'm so used to fighting this. It's not that hard after, you know, however many repetitions. This gecko does not realize you can flash here. And he does not realize you can flash here because you don't flash here. You're waiting for nothing. Absolutely nothing. Why wait here? Why? The spawn barrier is here. This is where the spawn barrier is. Think of this like an isolated room. This is like an isolated flash room, pretty much. You can flash here. No problem. If they push up, very likely they do. They're dead. They're dead. Double flash to secure the kill. Why not? You're going to be 1 kill away from resetting your flash. You can maybe push up. You know, flank the enemies after. You get like a 1v1 kill. Get like a 1v1. You kill them. You get your flash back. Run away. Simple. You have a flash. Now you can like... It's like this flash didn't exist. It's like this one flash or double flash didn't happen. Because you can just get another flash anyway. Like that's why you shouldn't be as scared to... as reserved with your flash usage. Because first flash is gonna let you know if the enemy gecko is there. If he routes correctly. Even if he routes correctly, right? You're most likely gonna know. That's not the routing. That's the routing. But you're most likely gonna know he's there, right? He's gonna make a step. Or something, right? You're gonna hear the step. Just reflash. Peek him again. On a better angle. It's fine. Like, don't be scared to use your util. It's better to use it too much than not enough. Because then you're just gonna miss out on this shit. Nats. He just insta flashes this. He does like instant flash. He flashes that shit as quickly as he can. You're only dying to this gecko because... What? Like, you're just not aware of the timing, you're not confident that your flash is gonna flash them, like it's a free kill. Like, you need to recognize that flashes equals free kills. I did not hit Immortal on Phoenix because I was good on Phoenix. I hit Immortal on Phoenix because I just found the spots that are good to flash, and then I just abused the fuck out of it. Here on B main, I'm flashing that shit every round. I don't care. I do not care. In this line, like, you're shifting for no reason. Don't shift. Okay, great. Oh, that's okay. But I wouldn't fall back so much. That's okay. That was alright. You have wall, you have flash, you have ultimate. I would pick a timing now to push instead of falling back. That's okay. It's just the difference is I don't let the enemy numbers intimidate me into fully falling back onto site. That was pretty bad. You should be playing off your flashes. Look, you have another flash. I am using all of these flashes. I am using my wall. I'm maybe not using my ultimate in this situation, but what if I was about to ace? Then I would have used my ultimate to get another chance, right? If I don't get the kill initially. So many times I was one kill off an ace, and I used my ultimate just for that one kill, just for the ace. That is not correct, but that is a situation that you can only really be in once you actually make use of your utility and you play off your utility in such a way that you actually punish the enemy for rushing you, for disrespecting you, for not being scared of you. Because the enemy should be scared of you. You have flashes that will literally deny them vision. You have a molly and a wall that will literally also deny them vision or space. Again, you have flashes. Are you going to be flashing? You are not flashing. I am flashing this. I am flashing now. That's okay. But you're not peeking off the flash. Like, maybe you got like instantly one-tapped a few times, so you're kind of scared to instantly peek off your flashes. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. You probably won't get one-tapped by full blind enemies as often as you think that you will. If I'm spot on with that. If I'm not, whatever. You really waited there. You really waited. Like, fuck it. I would even use my second flash there. Just to get into the habit of using my utility and playing around my utility. I would worry about optimizing my utility management, my utility usage, after I'm actually comfortable in playing with my utility from any angle, in any situation. I would be pushing up here 100% of the time. And you're just taking a random fire shot into the wall. The wall has done you no harm. Please do not hurt the wall. I don't know what you're doing, but please. Just push up, instantly rotate, go for flank. Why not? You have flashes. If you're worried an enemy's going to be there, just flash them. Yes, it might turn into a bad habit if you end up flashing everything, but that's something you can worry about after. You can also take things step by step. Maybe just, take one area at a time. Okay, flash to take A main, flash to take A lobby, and then let's say you get 2 kills. Flash to take, I don't know, the mound or B main, right? Flash to take upcoming likely fights. You have your ultimate. You should use it, depending on where the enemy is going to be. Let's see. Do you flash? Do you flash? You're holding your flash out. This is 1-1. No, it's no longer 1-1. You saw one enemy being blind. Unlucky. You really are waiting here. Way too much. Yeah. You see one blind enemy. I'm assuming there's a second one. No. You're over peeking. After this initial flash, this is fine, but now go back into cover. Go back into cover because you have full utility. The enemy will no longer be blind. In a second, they're not going to be blind anymore. And also, you don't know if the enemy on the left is going to peek or if the enemy on the right is going to peek. And you also don't know if there's an enemy close, right? So now you're just asking to get shot from a different angle. You don't know where the enemy is. You really don't. Like, you know where one is, but you don't know if there's a second one or a third one or a fourth one, right? How many were on A? 1, 2. 2 on A. Jet and Sage, presumably. I'm instantly flashing this. Instant flash. I'm not waiting. I'm running up. The enemy expects me. I don't care. I'm running up. I'm flashing this. I'm checking. See if I blinded anyone close. No one close. I fall back. I can jump spot this. You can jump spot. Jump spot is valid. Especially if you expect the enemy to maybe play a bit slower, right? In consideration of your flashes, right? Maybe they're going to start respecting your flashes once you start throwing them properly. In which case, yes, they're going to play it slower. You play slower. You play a bit more carefully. This is not going to be an uncommon scenario. You see no one. Okay, be careful. If you want to clear close, you can make the situation less uncomfortable. Nats does not do this, but you can curve your wall somehow to isolate the close right. But I wouldn't do this. Instead, I would flash, and I would pretend to run away. I would hold this angle here. This is one alternative, and I would hold this angle here on a pixel, like a pixel angle. That's one alternative. Second alternative, you fuck B main, you rotate to help your teammates on A. That's the second alternative. That's also fine. Whatever you choose, you need to be decisive, and you need to play in such a way that you will be able to make use of your utility later into the round. This here is a course of action that will just get you killed. And it like... Now, you don't necessarily have to fall back into a more passive angle. You can also re-flash. You can also jump spot. You can jump spot. You can re-flash. It's all valid. Now, jump spot might be a bit more risky because an enemy could be close to you, but it's unlikely you'll get punished compared to what you were doing going wide. So they have a Sage, Jet, Reyna, Clove, Gecko. There's no reason not to go C. In this elo, Sage is most likely going to be on B. Good calls from the chamber or whoever it was, but the teammates are not listening, first of all. Second of all, cross replace at all times. where an enemy could be peeking. Third of all, at this point, I would be coming to go B instead of C. I would be coming to go B. Your teammates are just in this array. That's unlucky. Now, I would not be going back, first of all. I would not be going back. At this point, I would probably be like stairs. Like this wasted you time. Why? There's a chamber trip here. There's a chamber trip here. You can see your teammates are pushing up. Your teammates are not pushing. If your teammates are not pushing on the push, give up. Yes, C is the right play. Whatever. Now, it's no longer possible to go C. It's not. Like, you can go solo C. Fine, right? But that's risky, right? You don't know where the enemy is. There could totally be a rat somewhere. So instead, just let the chamber trip do its job. And at that point, you should have been with the Sova stairs. Or with your Clove. With your Clove or your Sova. Both are fine. And you get neither trades. Neither of these you trade. When you should have been there trading at least one. You do get this kill, so that's good. The round would have been over by now if you just got one trade in. One trade, and you win the round. That's the requirement. And you did not do that because you, for no reason, checked flank. You did not realize that the team does not care. If the team does not care, you need to stop caring about the original plan as well. You need to be more flexible. You need to adapt to what your teammates want to do, and they don't want to go see. I would not worry about your mic. The goal now is to yeah, they don't really want to go see, do they? We have no idea what we're doing. Go grab your orb. Get your orb. And take tree. Just come to take tree. Or flash out. Yeah, like... Like, look, your jet is pushing up. It's not crazy to expect your jet to be pushing up here. What are you holding at this point in time? Like, your jet cleared it. You're not ready to like push up and refrag your teammates. Yeah, you refragged here, but that was pure luck. Let's be honest here. That was pure luck. You killed the jet through the smoke. I'm not sure if your jet here was actually confused as to whether you were flashing or not, but you should have flashed way earlier. You should have been coming. I'm flashing jet, and then you should have started fighting with your jet. You have no other utility here. Your teammates are still behind you, except for your Clove. I would be either asking my Initiator for a dart, or I would be asking my Clove for Heaven Smoke, or I would be asking my jet to wait for my flash. I'm flashing. Or I would be asking my jet to smoke this area here, because this is a threat. This backside area here, this back lane here, it's a big threat. I have like a fade eye lineup here for this spot where the Reyna is, because it's really tricky to deal with this threat as you're pushing out on the side and you have Heaven to worry about. backside to worry about, right? And in some cases also stairs, right? So like before you go into these fights, you need to first of all look at the angles you're going to be peeking, the utility that you or your teammates have at hand that could help you, especially if you're playing entry. Whether I'm playing Jet, whether I'm playing Phoenix, I don't play Jet, but whether I'm playing Jet, whether I'm playing Phoenix, I am coming for utility from my initiators, from anyone, just so that we don't die. Okay, so for the arts early, we do the standard nade, we ult, flash higher. Again, the reason you didn't kill the enemy there and why you didn't take as much space as you could have was because, one, you were not flashing as high, you were slowed down by the sage wall more than you should have been. Now that you have sight, you should be with your clove, or you should be holding waterfall. Flank is not like, what are you holding? What are you pre-aiming? Like, why are we pre-aiming? Like, I don't understand. Like, we have chamber trip. We have chamber tripwire for flank. Our chamber is C main with us, and we are pre-aiming our chamber. And we're sitting in a corner. And what are we doing? Like, no. No, like, I'm like... Okay, whatever, dude, whatever. That molly does not do anything. You just chucked it randomly. If you wanna execute bomb sites, you need a set method of execute. So, for example, I have a fade lineup, exact same lineup, which goes from this box to a backside with a jump throw, so that by the time the molly lands, I am roughly here. Roughly in this area. Here, I can then flash around, or I can flash here as well. That's also fine. Then I'm pushing up off of my flash, fighting backside, going into heaven, taking control of heaven for an overheat, potentially flashing here, which is a massive, massive flash zone. This entire area is a flash zone, there's two. So I would be fighting here. I have a Phoenix wall. I can use my Phoenix wall to stall the enemy. Somehow, like that maybe. I can clear a drop from my teammates at the same time as I'm throwing up the wall. I can also clear a drop from my teammates at the same time, so we know that no one is dropped. If someone is dropped, you kill them, right? So at that point, you may have killed two guys. One backside, one drop, and now you're ready to maybe push up and overextend into CT, right? Why is this valid? It's valid for two reasons. One, yet again, you want to get into the habit of playing around your utility or playing with your utility. In this round, there are many ways for you to do that. This is one of them. Playing off of this massive flash zone. Yes, it's not gonna be the best overextension, but it is also going to help you develop that confidence to actually play with your utility. To overheat, maybe go for that ace, right? Maybe you kill 2 guys on site, 1 drop, get 3 kills. Go for the 4th one, go for the 5th one, right? Fuck it, why not? It's solo queue. There's Radiants who like have this playstyle of overextending, and they're still Radiant. They're still Radiant. So it's like, as long as you play with your utility, it is fine. You are going to have an advantage in the fights a lot of the time. In enough cases that it's going to be not the worst decision. Obviously, the correct decision would be to play back passively with your teammates after you have numbers advantage. But in this case, you have numbers disadvantage. And yet again, you're just kind of overheating, you're kind of panicking. Like, you need to slow down. You need to slow down. You need to realize you have a flash. It's 2v4 or 3v4. The enemies will have most likely already rotated. There's probably 1 drop, 1 backside at least. You can expect a fight on at least 1 enemy immediately. So, flash, please. Why don't we buy utility? What? Utility? If there's anything you shouldn't be skimping out on, it's utility. Like, you can totally go light shields and buy utility, and like, you don't even need to go Vandal. Like, you can go Stinger. Seaside Stinger is completely valid. Judge, completely valid. Buy utility. No matter what you decide, buy utility. Okay, I mean, again, kind of bad flash. You probably just flashed it into the wall, so it didn't blind anyone. That's a bit unlucky. You did kind of just walk into the spray. Did they ever peek that? Maybe it's because I'm skipping through a bit quickly, but I don't think they peeked that. Like, they even walled it now. So I wouldn't really worry about that. It's a valid molly if they are peeking. Or if they might have an operator, but it's not really the best molly. And again, I'm pretty sure you should have a utility. Okay, you're 5 HP. You really can't do much. You really can't do much. You got 3 for your team. That's... I would be planting for open. You have sides. You have the bomb side and you plant safe. I mean, you probably win, but I would not be getting this far from this pike. There could totally be some kind of timing where you're just too far away to defuse this pike. If you go too far. Did I say diffuse? I meant deny. Okay, jump spots, not the worst. Yes, you're jump spotting over rubble. But you're third in line at the moment. Oh, good. Not the best molly. You may have missed it. You may have missed the corner, but... yeah. Oh, am I talking? Okay, I am. This is partly because you're not used to having your crosshair placement always in a spot where the enemy is most likely to be. This is a habit you need to develop consciously through deathmatching, through custom games, through just playing the game. Your crosshair placement can never be on the wall, pretty much. Unless you're going for a pre-aim, because you know exactly where the enemy is. But here, you're just staring into the wall. Like, you lose this fight because the Reyna expects you, but you don't expect the Reyna. You don't need to know that the Reyna is here to be aiming at her head right now. And do you fire a bullet? No, you don't. Yeah, so you just got completely thrown off guard. You were definitely not paying attention. What I'm doing here, as I throughout most of this round, I'm looking at the minimap because not much is happening. Not much is happening. You're jump spotting, but you already jump spotted. Like, nothing's happening. Like, I'm looking at the minimap here. I'm looking at the minimap. I'm seeing what's happening. B is open. We have no one B. We don't know if an enemy like could have walked up B the same way that the enemy Gecko walked up on you in B main on defense. That totally can happen in this elo, like in any elo. Like, what else can we see? We have a chamber trip for not really the right kind of flank. We're kind of doing a weird split / fake, kind of messy. Like, your Clove is probably gonna commit here or not. Yeah, no. This is like a flat moment. I know you're like Diamond or some shit, but this is like a very flat situation where your team just kind of tries doing too much. They try too much. They are trying too hard. Just 5-man hit aside, maybe have a lurker on B, a late lurker on B, so that if the enemy opens the doors on B, the spinning doors from B, your late lurker can maybe come and shoot them in the back, right? And then maybe they can go on a, or maybe if no one is there, they can go on a flank, decently fast flank through waterfall, because this is like, what, 10 seconds to get to water. So I would be asking, you know, I would specifically emphasize to my I don't know, to my chamber maybe, right? Someone who's like more suited for lurking as opposed to site executes. Yo, chamber, late lurk B, we're gonna hit C, and then everyone hits C, everyone. And like, this kind of concrete strategy is going to be so much better than you know, this kind of thing where like you're splitting up. Players will tend to like kind of forget the plan in a lot of these situations. And they did kind of forget the plan. Like, we were meant to fake, right? Where's the fake? Was it an A fake? Was it a C fake? Like, if the enemy just gets any sort of info on C, if they jump spot or they, I don't know, they wall off C like they have, you're not going to be able to take C. You're going to give the enemy info that you're going C. right? Once the enemy sage wall gets destroyed by your team. So it's like, why complicate it? Just hit C, hit A, hit B on your ecos. You can play with the enemy. You can play with the enemy heads by just hitting C 3 rounds in a row, going A on the 4th round, or if you do want to get more fancy, faking C going A, faking A going C doesn't really matter too much. On your ecos, going B, just going for the plant, pushing up, and taking like waterfall or upper or B link. Usually upper or waterfall are going to be the best bets in terms of, you know, taking the space. This was just really messy. This was just really messy. It's like a typical solo queue thing. I really do not like fakes below like Ascendant Immortal because it's just really messy. It can get really messy faking when like players just forget the plan after 5 seconds into the round. Obviously, if your team is like good, if they are like responsive and they show that they're like actually, you know, thinking and they're following comms you know, accurately, then yeah, obviously, you know, fake, right? Like make use of the advantages that having a responsive team brings you. But in this kind of case, they're not really responsive, they're not really thinking, they're just kind of, you know, they're your typical like solo queue zombies who are just kind of forgetting that, oh, we're faking. You know, like let's maybe hold some space, get ready to, you know, rotate after making a noise. Like we don't really know what we're doing. We like, you know, the plan is to fake, but like, what are we doing? You know, for like the fake. Like they don't know. They don't know. Like all these fakes, but there's no real reason to. Fake A and go C. Oh my god, just over complications, dude. Just over complications. Okay, you had an idea to use your wall to cross. That would have been fine if the enemy fought, but they didn't. They just gave up A. This is good. The enemy smoke is also good for you on the fake. Open tree. Ooh. Ooh. Risky old position, but... Okay, no one knows what's happening right now. I don't know what's happening right now. Okay, molly drop, good. Okay, good reaction speeds. Good crosshair placement. Please, you have wall. Shit. Yeah, this is like... So you should have crossed behind your wall way faster, because if the gecko ult comes out from heaven, it's probably not going to see you in the slit in the wall. If it comes from drop, it's not going to see you at all. You get a timing. You don't even need to be quiet. You don't need to be quiet. You go upper, and the gecko ultimate cannot reach you. You go up the zipline, and you push the enemy gecko wherever he ulted from. I think it was like from CT. And the gecko ultimate cannot reach you. It cannot. Was it just the gecko? Was it just the gecko in heaven? Or was it 2 in heaven? Either way, yeah, you just need to push up. Like, it's a safe bet to assume that you're dead from the Gecko ultimate if you don't make something happen. Let's stop faking. I'll give you an example. On Icebox, when I was playing here, on any agent, it doesn't matter. Enemy Gecko ulted me here. His Thrash hopped above or something, and it was over. It was over for me. The moment this Gecko ulted, it was over for me because I was not in a position where I could outrun the Gecko Thrash. I hesitated here as well. I also hesitated here. So what could I have done to get away from the Gecko Thrash, the Gecko ultimate, without having his teammates just dash up on me, right? On the zipline. What could I have done? Go into the closest ratty cover that I can find. Try timing the Gecko Thrash. Or if the Gecko Thrash was to be on the ground instead, you know, take up the elevation, go up, and actually take up like a fight against whatever enemies are on the zipline or on the left here, and actually force a fight before I die because of being detained by the Gecko Thrash. I need to make something happen, and you need to make it kind of a habit to basically, if you are in a position where the Gecko Thrash is gonna fuck you up, you need to be ready to react to that consciously. You need to look at the top of your screen. You need to see that there's Gecko ultimate active, Jet ultimate active. You can expect the Jet to be, you know, updrafting something, you know, maybe, you know, getting some high off-angle elevation with her ultimate, whatever, right? That's one thing. Second thing is, yeah, the Gecko ultimate, it's gonna clear you out. It's going to kill you. It's going to result in you losing the round, right? Because it's just way too fast. It is way too fast. There's no way you can like outrun it if you're not in a position where you can, you know, escape into safety to your teammates. Like, oh my god, dude. Like, they are trying way too hard. Like, this... Let me just... No, I don't even want to check the lobby level, but... They are complicating it majorly. Let's look at what we have. Let's look at what we have. Very simple. We have Sova ultimate. They are one-off Clover ultimate, and they don't have any other real ultimates that are going to help them on side takes. Why don't we just play? Why don't we just fight C? Why don't we just take C? C is easy to hit for us. C is easy to hit. Go C. You can take the C ultimate. You can take the C orb every round. Farm your ultimate. You wanna on C as you're attacking. Route waterfall like that. Then how you wanna play after that depends on you. You can overheat into here. Molly the smoke. If there's a smoke here, molly the smoke. Something like that. Covering the corners. You can flash out. Then you can push up, flash out again, or just take up an off angle and then flash after if the enemy doesn't expect you here. Right, because it's such a deep position that the enemy will most likely not expect you swinging that. I'm getting like a quick pick And then if you flash this, guess what? Another massive flash zone. Massive flash zone. Flashing this is just so strong. Maybe something like this would be better, just flashing more to the left, like here, with the left click. It depends, but yeah. Really strong. I strongly advise you try and push up into these positions. One alternative, if you do have an early timing, let's say you really rushed C quickly, and you heard the enemy fighting for A. Let's say they used, I don't know, they used the Jet ultimate, right? And then it kind of signified that, oh, they're probably fighting for A, right? They're getting ready to fight for A, and you got no resistance on C. So you push up, enemies are going to be late on their rotate. So what can you do? You can just push up here, and then you can just flash up footstep sounds. Once the enemy gets close enough, just flash, kill them, right? You don't need this molly here. This molly, you can use this molly to just deny the enemy the space somehow. If someone's close, you can just molly close, right? Just shoot it above. Molly close, flash around, right? Something like that. Just, you know, completely take over this space. You peek, you get the kills. Usually what's gonna happen is players are gonna go back this way, right? Or this way, or into this corner. Sometimes, very rarely, they're gonna go into this corner if they're flashed. So you can predict their movement. Just get used to fighting this kind of angle. But this is, you know, kind of situational. Usually the most you're going to be able to do is this, flash out, get some kills here, and fall back onto site, maybe reposition waterfall. Repositioning in general is a really strong concept on any agent, because if there's a smoke here, if the enemy hears you fighting waterfall, right, you killed some guys, holes. If you kill some guys in holes, right, let's say you kill an enemy with your molly, and then pushing into the smoke with after your molly, and then you flash out, you kill a guy here, you fall back, you push waterfall, you flash out of waterfall, you get more kills. One valid way to use your wall here is something like that, maybe, or like that, just kind of isolating whatever enemies might be in this area, and taking a kill at them, right? And then if you get 2 kills, then your flash resets. Guess what happens after a second kill? Oh, you can just flash here. You flash here, you kill more guys, because this is a flash zone, right? If you hear enemies stomping, oh shit. Again, think ahead into the third flash. You know, go into your Valo plant and actually, you know, plan this play. Oh, what if I overheat into holes and I get 2 kills from 1 kill on side and 1 kill in holes? Okay, now I can reposition and take up more unexpected angles elsewhere. Now, a valid wall for executes is something like this. Just kind of helps your team funnel into backside. I think something curved would be better, like maybe not sure. The wall I generally see, the wall I generally saw before the Phoenix buffs was like this, pretty much this. And then if you're last in line, you know, you don't need to route this way if you're last in line, but generally if you're entry, you do want to, you know, take first contact and then your teammates take second contact. So I'm definitely fighting holes. I'm definitely fighting something else afterwards. I'm not necessarily playing back on site and letting the enemies just push into us, unless I have some set play in mind. For example, if the spike is planted for main, and I have flashes, and I have like this in mind, right? That's fine, right? That's fine. That's whatever. But otherwise, I wouldn't sit back. I would be pushing, and I would be pushing until I get punished, basically. Because players in this elo will not really punish you that much. Like, I'm peeking on ISO here. I'm peeking when I'm ISO. When I'm playing ISO, I peek this. I peek with my shield active. I peek with my shield active. And I just get this kill. I get this kill. And it's like, you know, Flash is gonna do the same thing. It's gonna get you this kill. That's like, yeah, it's not bad, but it's not good because they're just complicating it. Like, I'm making a prediction. You're gonna keep losing rounds because no one knows what they're doing. Everyone is overcomplicating everything. And no one is familiar with the situations that they are putting themselves in. They are overcomplicating things. In other words, they are overcomplicating the situations that they are putting themselves in, and they are splitting up and just losing their numbers advantage, essentially. There's really not much you can do on 30 HP. You'd have to get 3 headshots. Pretty unlikely. But you could have guaranteed maybe 1 kill if you played up your flash there. That's the thing. The reason I'm maybe winning this kind of situation a little bit more often is because I'm using my flash there to get that kill on the enemy, you know? And I'm actually going to get the enemy worried about my flashes, right? And it's going to go a long way, essentially, right? They're going to get more tilted over time, right? By now, I would have gotten the enemy at least decently tilted from my flashes. And you're not doing that. You're not doing that. Like, the enemy is just wide swinging you. They're disrespecting you. Like, no. Like, you need to be disrespecting them. You need to be defiling them. You need to defile them so that they can start respecting you and playing more reserved and playing in such a way that will reflect kind of their confidence levels. This should allow you to become more confident because you will know that you're not getting stomped. You're more likely to be stomping them. Instead, that round you just kind of got stomped. And now the enemy likely has momentum. And giving the enemy this kind of momentum is just not really good. Now you're playing as 5. That's fine. But I would be mollying. Okay. Your teammates fucking love pushing this. Your Sova pushes this. Your Clove pushes this. Your Jet pushes this. They are over eager to overextend. What can you do? As a Phoenix who's taking his orb and not with his teammates. That's another mistake, by the way, is you're taking your orb instead of following behind your teammates who are obviously overeager. You have had a lot of rounds to realize this, but your teammates are pushing up solo. What can you do? You can molly stairs. This does 2 things. It prevents your teammates from pushing up into stairs. It prevents the enemy from pushing out of the stairs smoke on a timing. So, where's the smokes agent? This enemy cannot push out. Your teammate cannot push in. What are they forced to do? They're forced into sight to play the actual fucking objective of defending, taking the site, planting the spike, defending the spike. Right? And then, if they do push up into heaven, for example, and they overextend, that's fine. Why? Because it's much easier to refrag them from here than from here. Right? Much easier. Much easier. So, especially if you're going to have teammates with you, right? Maybe you have a teammate backside, maybe you have a teammate here, maybe you have a teammate here, as well as a teammate here, and you're like here, right? It's whatever, right? It's whatever, right? Like, it's just easier, right? It's easier. Don't let your teammates solo extend into these spots. I think most recently, someone I coached was Abyss. They were playing Sage. They pushed through mid on attack, and they did not wall here. They did not wall this. Why did they not wall it? I don't know, but this wall would have prevented their teammates from overextending into the spawn. Again, it's a common pattern. Their teammates fucking extended into spawn, all died, instead of taking the site. And they did not wall here. That's why. So, you have to be kind of conscious of that. But you also have to be conscious of the common enemy peaks. So, I saw that you mollied here. This is good. If the enemy peaks it. But they weren't really peaking it, from what I know, at least. Here, it's also fine. Here is fine if you don't have a smoke here on attack. Typically, I will molly this. Then I will try and cut off this line of sight as I'm pushing up. So, you know, something like that. Or even like that or something. Just to not give the enemy too much space. You know? Or like, that would be fine too. Just something so that, yeah. And then you push out onto side. This is actually, I think this will be fine. Something like that would be fine. It's just a, yeah. And then you push up. You flash out to actually take the space. Then what you can do is you can shift up into this corner here. And you can pre-aim this spot. Pre-aim this because players are not going to clear you here if they don't know you're here. If they're coming from water, right? If they're coming from, gravel. If they're coming from gravel, they're not going to clear you here. So you can safely pre-aim this in this spot. And anyone here is going to be looking away. You kill this guy. If someone's rotating through water, kill this guy. And then you flick back onto these guys. And this is how you easily maintain control of one major map choke point that is going to help you in your B post plants. And then if the spike is planted for this, as I previously said, you can wallbang it with like a heavy penetration weapon. So you also have flashes, so flashes are going to get the enemy up the spike. The flashes are going to let you actually take back this space. This is a massive flash zone again. Same thing, is the same as flash zone. Is the same flash zone that I talked about earlier. You can abuse it from any angle. And again, just abusing these flash zones is going to make the enemy so paranoid. Now, yes, you're one off your ultimate, but at the same time, you can also get that ultimate by planting the spike while you're right behind your teammates, mollying and pushing up with your clove. Stairs is one of the angles that you pretty much always want to molly. There's a few times when you don't need to. Like if you have a sage wall, you can wall it off with a sage wall. If you have deadlock wall, you know, anything really, right? Anything more like permanent in a way. But otherwise, you just want to molly this every time. And this is, yeah, again, it's going to prevent your teammates from pushing up into dumb places. And you just want to play with your teammates. You have a spike. So spike is going to give you the ultimate. The orb is just a waste. Now you have to give your spike to a teammate. Like, why did you lose the timing? You lose the timing because you take the orb and then you plant the spike anyway. Like, good flash, but you're kind of lost. I would be careful when flashing with like smokes that are going down, because in Valorant, when a smoke is down, it doesn't necessarily mean that the enemy is gonna get blinded as soon as the smoke goes down. There's like a small delay, especially with like Viper Orb, but like general smokes also, where like you do want to just make sure there's a safe amount of leeway. And here it's like, just relax, bro. Your wall is here, stopping the enemy. Molly it. Molly the wall. It's okay. You don't need to instantly go into a fight when you have utility to help you. Your games are going to become far more slow-paced and far more manageable if you actually use your utility to stall the enemy, to slow down the fights, to allow yourself to be in situations where you can play off your flashes very easily. But right now you're playing Valorant not only in hard mode, but in fast mode. Hard mode and fast mode. Full utility. I wonder, why are you pulling out the scoreboard, the leaderboard, if you're not going to give the ultimate orb to your Jet? It's because she has the bomb, right? But realistically, it shouldn't be your Jet planting, it should be your Sova or your Clove, or even you, or your ultimate orb, because your ultimate is the cheapest one. It's only 6 orbs. So you take this orb, you take the Jet spike, or you take the Jet's spike, the spike from the Jets. And this is fine. This is completely fine. I'll be coming for my Jet to come with me, or my Sova, if my Jet's the one planting. But also, you have a flash here, so I'll try to get this kill. I'll get this kill. Tough. This is fine. It's weird that you don't get traded here because the Sova is on the line. You're ulting 3. Are you coming in game? I don't think you were coming in game. You're wasting time. Turning back to check behind you is a waste of time. Your teammates should be doing that. If they don't, it's not really your problem. And look, like, you have no ultimate time now. Your ult did nothing. Instead, try to just take tree with your flash and ult from here. You're gonna have so much more time to like get to heaven, to get to drop. You might actually get a kill with your ultimate here onto any enemies in spawn. But as things stand, you're not really doing that. Alternatively, ult here, molly this, ult here, it's probably fine. It's whatever. And then route the riskiest pathing on side, so this way. This is gonna help you clear most of side. Maybe check drop as well while you're at it. You have 2 flashes and a wall. Oh my Jesus. Your team is just... Oh, your Jet just whiffed. And she repeaks? She repeaks. You can still win this round. Still winnable. Still winnable. It is no longer winnable. Okay. Okay. You're playing way too passive, first of all. You're playing way too passive. I would be either on site, or with my chamber, or with my teammates in A main or stairs. I would not be sitting back in A main, letting the enemy use their utility, right? Which they just so happen to use on a whim, because why does the Sage still have her wall? Why doesn't the Sage use it in other ways, like to wall off the spike, perhaps? To wall off tree? To, you know. There's so many ways to use this wall better. And again, your flashes do not work horizontally. They can work vertically as well. You don't need to play within the constrictions of a wall that is only almost as high as your player model. You can jump and flash above the wall if you find it difficult aiming vertically, but you should be able to flash above the wall, no problem. And your best bet here is not to swing, it's to go for the wall bang. But yeah, no, it's just the situation just wouldn't happen. If it were me, the situation would not happen. Oh, diamond lobby. Oh, you're doing the wall, nice. But you're falling back. You're falling back. No. No. Don't just fall back. No. Like you actually want to play off your utility instead of just chucking it randomly and doing nothing with it. How do you know you wouldn't have aced here if you just flashed out of the wall? Yeah, you probably wouldn't have. But have you tried to? How many times have you tried? Have you tried 5 times? Have you tried 10 times? If you haven't even tried twice, then you don't know how often it's going to work. And if you don't know how often it's going to work, how do you not know that you're missing out on, you know, potentially won games? You only needed 2 rounds. Like, you only needed to win. There's not that many more rounds that you needed to win, right? For you to have not gone into overtime. Your sofa has right. Here, I am never looking away from the angles that your crosshair is towards. I am never looking away from them. If my Sova dies in the back, that now I know the enemy is there. But I cannot look away from these angles because the enemy can peek me here at any minute. The enemy cannot peek me here at any minute if they peek the Sova. And they kill the Sova in the back. Here, I'm focused on my own fight. This is my fight. This is not your fight. This is your fight. There's a good chance you kill the Sage if you focus on your own fight. Magically you win it. Your Jet has an Eldin. It's a GG. Throw this instead. And then flash water. You're gonna target. These two angles. The Molly will force the enemy into any of the three ways. They're probably not going to go onto side. They might go wide into your flash, or they might fall back into safety. This is the I just realized I was not using push to talk. I'm so tired at this point, but I want to get this over with because I think I'm going to send this to anyone who plays Phoenix on Lotus. You probably gathered from the diagrams. Flash, enemy is forced into any of the three angles. Same as with the retake molly here. Usually it's a retake molly. Usually it's not a attack molly, but it can work as an attack molly for sure. You are low. Decent wall. Help your teammates on site. This is not the fight you want to take. Good flash. Very good flash. Very good push. You rushed a bit with the ultimate. Remember, you're not immediately gone out when you ult. So taking a second is gonna help you peek this fight a bit more cleanly with your gun out. And also, you have another flash. Another flash. Okay, puff off. You're holding a bit wide. Again, this is just an experience issue, but you played it really well. The spike is not planted for you, but it doesn't need to be planted for you. Let the Reyna push up. Like they say no chance, but there is a chance. This kind of angle doesn't always work. If you mess up and your Jet dies, be ready to tuck instead of giving the enemy Reyna the most expected fight. Because the enemy Reyna knows what's going to happen here, right? Like, after she gets this kill, she knows what's gonna happen. Like, she is not looking away from you. Like, obviously, she's not looking away from you. She's looking at you. She can see you pushing up, and she doesn't really need to see you pushing up. It's pretty obvious, right? You have 2 flashes at your disposal. I am never giving this Reyna this fight, this expected fight that she literally was able to like mentally envision, just from the fact that she dismissed and she saw you, right, swinging. No. Like, you're just rushing. You're just rushing. You're rushing yourself into these situations instead of just playing a little bit more tricky. Like, that Reyna, if you flash her once, but you don't kill her, that's okay. It's also going to get her scared. Because Valorant is also a mind game. If they are scared of your flashes, that is everything. Because now your flashes are going to be so much more effective, whether you're using them or not, right? Like, if you keep flashing the enemies and killing them, they're going to be overly paranoid. An enemy that is overly paranoid is going to play slower, they're going to play more passively, they're going to fall off angles easier. And it's just easier to play with those kinds of enemies, against those kinds of enemies. Okay, you're going for the play. That's fine, that's acceptable. Don't play it right up against the corner. Play slightly off. Ever so slightly. I don't see you playing a breakable much, but it's totally valid. This is a much tougher fight because players naturally pre-aim this. It's very easy to pre-aim. I wouldn't be surprised if you die here, even through the smoke. Left click. I just would. It's too risky. It's way too risky. Yeah. You have wall, you have molly, you have flash. So this window here, you can chuck the molly through once you take over this area, or you can deny the peek on the trade. That's valid. Probably a bit better for the situation. Either way, you should be killing this Reyna here because you have your wall. All these angle threats are annoying to deal with, right? Very annoying. Very, very annoying. Why? You don't need to. You don't need to worry about them. Just go ahead. Take over this area. Now you're safe. Now you're safe from these. They're no longer relevant. They're no longer in the picture. Now you can actually fight. Instead, you're putting your back to the site that the enemy literally has control of. How often does the enemy give up this map area when they push B through A main? Almost never. Like, you're not thinking. And you're pulling out utility as you're exposed to an angle. The enemy can peek at any moment. When I'm routing here, again, I'm routing to the edge of the cover. And then I'm peeking from the edge of the cover. I'm not walking up, allowing the enemy to peek me at any moment. If I'm doing that, I'm doing it when the enemy has been denied the peek. So here, for example, I'm walking up in a straight line because I can, because I denied the enemy the peek here with my molly. Then I can flash around. So this is much better. So you can do this here on Lotus. No problem whatsoever. But it's gonna be a bit tough, right? They could totally just be here in this corner, so it's not that easy in comparison. But you could. Just depends how you do it exactly. I just wouldn't worry about it. I'd worry about playing from behind this cover for my flash. That simple. Play for your flash. Don't die with your flash out in your hands. Very simple. Like, you could have won this round. Like, it was winnable. It's just one easy mistake to fix. The next time you're gonna win. As long as you fix these easy mistakes. Flash? No flash. Oh, now you're the one pushing. Oh. That was a little bit unusual for you. Usually you're not the one solo pushing. Usually you're the one kind of sitting back, playing with your teammates. Again, you have two flashes, molly, wall. You want to take the space? Molly, push up, flash. Very simple. Molly, flash. Want to go further up? For no reason whatsoever. Wall. Flash out of here. It's risky, but it's still better than what you did. Still better. You're wondering what more you can do? What more you can do is, again, not push this, push the utility. So is he in fact sheesh maker? Maybe, yeah, he's a sheesh maker. Full util, pushes up dry, yeah. Yeah. And it's like, it's interesting that I see players like of most ranks make this mistake. Like, it's interesting. Yeah. What more can I do? Yeah. I could be here. But I'd be playing around this cover with my flashes, with my mollies, trying to isolate an enemy with my molly, Same idea as I talked about already. Maybe I can get ready to molly this as the enemy Reyna comes out, right? And then I can flash this. Trade utility, isolate the enemy. They're dead. Simple. This pattern applies everywhere. Defense, attack, you name it. Every single map. Enemy jet flashes out here. Or something. Smoke here. You can molly off the enemy jet. You can molly up the enemy jet. Her team cannot help her. Just swing her. I've done this countless times. She's dead once her smoke goes down. You don't even need a flash. They're not gonna expect you here unless they hear you. Very simple. Like, if they're good, yeah, flash them. If they're good, flash them. But I don't even need to here. Like, I kill this jet here like 9 times out of 10, maybe more. But that's just one example of like using my molly to isolate the enemy. Yeah, great VOD. Like, lots of mistakes to point out. Like, he doesn't give a fuck. Disliked. Noob. Erect. Destroyed. Yeah, so, no, like, good VOD. Like, there's so many things to, like, talk about. Like, dude, like, I'm not even gonna make, like, a summary notes thing for this guy, because, like, if he wants the answers, he's gonna have to note them down from this VOD. I'm not gonna make it easy for him. I'm not even getting paid for this, right? I'm just doing it for fun right now because I felt like it. Like, again, I guess a summary recap would be insta flash here, push up, A on defense like a goat. Don't be afraid. Don't just instantly fall back into a more passive angle if the enemy rushes you. Like, don't be intimidated by that. Actually stand your ground. You have like utility to help you. Your utility can stop all 5 enemies. No problem. One single flash stopped 5. One single flash stopped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Yes. Because in this elo, in Diamond, they are not going to dodge this flash unless they've seen it before. Or unless they're used to it. So, if you're getting rushed, it's not a reason to panic. Stay calm. Maybe reverse flash into this instead, so they don't run past your flash. Do not get blinded. Just stay calm. Dead zone. Dead zone. Counter strafe, dead zone, whatever you want to do. Get this kill. There's usually going to be one enemy overextending, right? Actually, you know, play with your utility, understand how much your utility can do. Don't instantly fall back into a more passive angle after you use up your utility. This does nothing for you. The enemy is not going to be inclined to fall back after a molly and wall has been thrown. If they are, then like great, right? Great. But this normally can be used better. This normally can be used. To flash out. re-clear the space. Make sure the enemies are actually going A instead of like sitting quietly behind cover or behind your wall. On A, push up more aggressively. Abuse these flash angles here, here. On retakes, make use of a retake scenario setup for your utility, something like that. Again, getting someone off the angles on these corners, making them come out as you flash them. Fight for doors here. Maybe fall back if you don't know how to fight for them. That's what I do because I'm scared. I'm terrified. I'm terrified of the spinning machinery. But no, usually you might be able to flash here. You might be able to wall like this instead, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure. You'd have to look into how this is fought because I don't know. Again, support your teammates. Don't just like isolate yourself from the fights. Don't use utility which is isolated from the fights. Use utility that's going to help your teammates or help you position yourself how your teammates are positioning. So if like no one's tree, if tree is not opened yet, go fight with your teammates. Don't just sit back doing nothing. Like actually be as aggressive as your teammates are, right? Match your teammates' intentions. Like if they're fighting, you fight. If they're pushing, you push. Even if they're not pushing in areas like A main, you can totally just take it solo. Like sometimes what I would do is if I really want to take A solo, I just like a wall, kind of like that. And then I'll flash here with a jump spot. Then I'm gonna cross here into this spot. This is probably just too much, but like I don't usually have a reason to use the wall. Usually this flash should be enough. On attack, this molly is strong. This wall is good. Flashing waterfall is good. Pushing here is good. Pushing here is good. Into the smokes. All of this good. All of this good stuff. Very good stuff. This. Isolating the enemy. Flashing into B-Link. Or A-Link. B-Link? A-Link? A-Link. What is B-Link? A-Link. Flashing into A-Link can be strong. On either side. It's like... if there's too many threats to worry about, just wall them off. Like, just wall it off. Just push up. This is a threat. If you're an attack, this is a threat. This is a threat, right? Just wall it off, push up. Take the space. Smoke here. If there's a smoke here, molly it, right? Walk into the smoke. Flash out. No one there. Push into the corner where no one expects you. Always molly this, unless you have like a sage wall or something, right? Actually play with your teammates. Don't take the orb if you have spike. There's like a molly lineup you can do here for drop as you're pushing. play for the win condition. Like if you have no chance at winning the round, like go for the gun. Like, there was like a gun dropped here. There was like a clove smoke here, like that, conveniently positioned so you can just hop across to get the gun. You didn't do that. Instead, you just kind of blamed your teammates for not taking the gun. Like, bro, you're the closest person to the gun. And your teammate is like here. Like, bro, go hop across, get the gun, kill the enemies, maybe win the round. Like, you could have won that game if you did like anything better, like anything. That was a very close game, very close. Obviously, farm the orb, but if your teammates are pushing up, just ignore the orb, dude. It's not worth it. Like, you're losing out these timings here by taking the orb. Like, you need to push up with your teammates. Either way, you're either gonna get a kill, and thus your orb that way. The advantage of that is you also get your flashback after one more kill. So that's great. So the orb is not really priority when just one kill is gonna do more than just an ultimate orb. Also, you know, try to overheat, try to play around your utility, just get into the habit of like forcing situations where the enemy kind of just eats your flashes and they will have nowhere to go. So like, again, B site. Like, you were never in this kind of situation here where the enemy took B and you flashed to this or this. You were never in these situations when it's like so strong. Also, strong molly is here. One of the strongest mollies for retake is here on B. Second strongest molly would be main if there's a smoke. Or if you don't have map control of a certain area, then mollying that will be strong too. Like if you don't have heaven, then mollying heaven would be strong. I also never saw you using your wall to like stick the spike or anything. Like you can totally just wall off the spike and like defuse it. Pretty much, like if it's like a very, very bad plant, you can just wall off the spike with a curve. So something like that. Just wall up the spike and stick it on the very edge of the spike diffuse radius. And that's one way to win rounds in Valorant as Phoenix, believe it or not. So for example, if the enemy plants the spike let's see, like here, wall yourself off, right? Somehow, or on A. On A, if the enemy plants, I don't know. There's no strong plant spots that like players commonly use. Okay, never mind. But yeah, definitely try this idea. Yeah, I don't know. What else? Oh yeah, when you're taking tree, always wallbang this. Like, why not? And maybe use a flash for tree. Usually you should have something else for tree, but I think generally Phoenix players do not actually route tree. So tree is actually kind of off limits for Phoenix players in Radiant. But in solo queue below Radiant, I think it's fine. I think it's acceptable. It's just an area of the map that like Phoenix utility is not that good for. You're much better off like in this position here, I think. Flashing backside. Mollying backside and flashing backside. Especially. That is really good. Mollying drop is also valid, with like a lineup from here. Overheating into heaven, also really strong. What I see Phoenix players doing is like walling this, like that, right? and then just holding the space, essentially, right? If the enemy tries pushing, you can just molly it, trade the util. They have to fall back, right? This is why I would do like a deeper wall, like a slightly deeper wall, because this molly will let you go crazy mode, like fucking Rambo mode, and just like smurf on them here. Flash goes around this edge. No, I'm like, this is not a good play, but the objective is to get you to actually use your utility in a way that will allow you to solo carry / smurf with your utility. A smurf would do this. Why? Because they don't care. And the smurf would get away with it, because this is a play that no one would expect if there's enemies rotating, right? Like, there's gonna be like one here, one here, one here. They're all, if you have good aim, they're all blind or dead. There might be one enemy here, dead. Like, double flash, why not, right? If there's like one enemy peeking here, you don't even need to fight them, you can just route this way to dodge them as you fight everyone else. Like, this can totally happen, right? Like, I just like, have you ever been in this scenario? Because I have on Phoenix. Like, put yourself in every single scenario imaginable and find the scenarios that provide the most consistent value. Because personally, I don't find consistent value playing spinning doors, but I do find consistent value playing retake on C. Playing retake on C is so easy. So, like, you know, that's I just do what works, right? I just do what works for me, right? For Nats, for you, this is probably gonna work if you learn how to play around these doors. But yeah, I'm gonna stop yapping. I'm gonna go to sleep. I am gonna go to sleep. Yeah. I just threw out ideas. I don't know if I'm happy with this VOD review because it was way too long. I don't know how long it was. Like 2 hours? 1 hour? I wonder how long it was. Probably like around 2 hours would be my guess. But like, the reason it was 2 hours is because there really is a lot. There really is a lot of info. A lot of things that like they need to work on. Like, this, I think this is why my playbooks are gonna be like so useful, because I will not have to yap for like hours on how to play an agent, right? I think that's the main issue, right? I need to just have the playbook. Like, I don't know why I didn't think of that. I guess it's just because it's not like, I don't think in terms of like a coaching context. I just think in terms of like teaching people, but like in other ways. I don't know. It just didn't cross my mind that like my playbooks can essentially teach all this, but just in a more concise format. So I'm gonna try that next time. Maybe I'm just gonna make the playbook actually. Maybe not now, but later. Let's add that to my notes. I don't think I'm gonna have a second attempt at this, but I am gonna have an attempt at an attempt. I'm gonna make the playbook. I think it's like the player clearly lacks an understanding of timings, correct utility usage for every situation. Map control, how his utility can guarantee kills, how his utility can affect the mentality of his opponents, how more confident positioning can allow him to get crazy clips, because like right now he's not pushing himself. Right now he's not really pushing himself on Phoenix. I feel like the good thing I did on Phoenix was I was pushing myself. When enemies rushed me in B main, I did not necessarily fall back. I didn't limit test as much if I got 5-man rushed, but I did test different things. So I did like molly this area. I think I mollied here. Then I played with this flash or something like that. This wall, not too sure. I can't remember anymore, but yeah. Okay.